Pirinaki mo te koini hera nei e. Karangamai, karangamai, karangamai ra. Pirinaki mo te koini hera nei e. Karangamai, karangamai, karangamai ra. Ngā manaakitanga ki rungi a tātou I tēnei rangi. Wairia, wairia, wairia te rangi e tūnei, wairia te papa e takoto nei. Wairia ngā taumaha ngā aitua kia māhia, kia wā, tia haumi e, hui e, I tai ki. Kia roria ki tō tātou nei kaihanga, nāna te timatanga, nāna te whakaotinga o ngā mea katoa. Te whare e tūnei, tīnā koe, te kaunihira o tamatia, nau I pōhiri mai nei I tō tātou nei tāngua, ko tatuhu mai I tēnei rangi, tīnā koe. Tēnā no hoki ki a koe whai a papatua nuku nau I manaaki nei ngā waiwai I takahia mai nei I rungi a koe, tēnā kōrua I manaaki nei I te kaupapa o tēnei rangi. Huri noa ki a tātou, ki o tātou nei mate, kua hinga mai nei, kua hinga mai nā, haere, haere, o ki atu rā. O ki atu rā ki te ringo tō tātou nei kaihanga, nāna I popoia I a koutou I tēnei wā, moi mai, moi mai, moi mai rā. Huri noa ki a tātou te hunga ora, ko tatu mai I tēnei rangi, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā tātou katoa. E mihi mai o hā, kia koutou E te whānau o ngā tikere, ngā te pihere, ngā te manuhiri, kua whakatau mai nei I tō taonga, I tō koutou kura paunamu, kia noho hui mai nei ki rungi I tēnei tēpū o te kaunihiro o tamatia. Nō reira, ka mihi mai, ka mihi mai, ka mihi mai ki o koutou E te whānau. Ki a koe E te tuahine, nau mai hara mai. Nau mai hara mai I runga anō I ngā mātauranga, kua tōhia mai I o tātou nei tīpuna, mā te aha, mā te whaioranga o ngā hapu karanga rangatanga maha, o ngā tangata katoa, kei roto I tēnei rohe o tamatia, nua reira, tēnei te whakatau. Tēnei te whakatau o te hapu ki te hapu, o te iwi ki te iwi, o te whānau ki te whānau. Nō reira, whakatau, whakatau, whakatau mai rā. Anō nei, ki o mātua, E Doc, E Raina, ki nā kōrua. Anō nei ki a koe papa, papa pō, nau mai hara mai. Nau mai hoki mai ki Wainganui a tātou. I runga I anō, I te tino kaupapa o tēnei rangi, ko te tūnga o te pauwhirinaki ki rungi I tō tātou nei tēpū. Nō reira, kāre I te ro I tōku nei kōrero, ko tina anō he tikanga kia tika, kia whakatauhia mai I te whanaunga nei ki rungi I tō tātou nei tēpū. Nō reira, whakatau, whakatau, whakatau mai rā. E rere te manu, Ki runga o tamatea, Te tiro ki taira, Ki te ako arowana, Hau kainga, Euta, i te mongarua hine. Whakatopa ke rā, te mani a orua tāni whā, au kainga. E rere te kahu, i runga o tamatea. Au kainga, au kainga, au kainga. Au kainga, e rere te kahu. Nō reira, tēnā koutou, tēnā tātou katoa. Ki o koutou te rākau. Anō.
Tēnā te kaua ki te kaua e runga. Te ai o tanga ua huru mō wai ko te pūaro tipua, te pūaro tawhito, te pūaro whatukura. Tēnā te kaua ki te kaua e raro mauri ora ki te whenua. Te hone tapu i kura waka te pūtaketanga o te iratanga ta whakatoa te kākanoa te hei mauri ora. Te hei mauri ora ki te whai ao, ki te awa mārama, te hei mauri ora ki te kaupapa e piritahi tātau. Tēnei wa. Mā reira te tuatahi. Ka nui taku mihi, ki te kauni he ranei. Koutou ngā kai arahi, kai whakahaere, te mana, ngā kai tiaki o te mana o te rohe o tamatea. Nā reira, nui rawa te mahi kai rungi o koutou poko iwi. Engari, mā te mana o tēnei kauni he ro te tēpū nei, kia haere tonu, haere tōtika. Nā reira, tēnā koutou, tēnā tātou katoa. Ka huri ki a rātou ko ngaro i a tātou. Ngā tini mate, ngā tini aitua. Tēnei te mihi ki a koe. E te tuahine. Tō kaha ki te tū. Te tū, ki te tuku mihi. Huakina tēnei. Te ara nei. Nā reira, tēnā koe, e te marae kura. Te mana wahine. Ka te tiro au ki te tēpū nei. Kua nui rawa te mana wahine. E noho ana. Mai te tēpū nei. Ara. Koe Alex, tēnā koe. Tēnā koe e te mana wahine. Mā rei kura. Koutou. E tautoko ai. Mā ngā te tūtama wahine, tūtama tāne nei. Nā reira, kia koutou katoa. Tēnā koutou. Hari kuata ngākau. Te kaua mai tēnei taonga. Te tamahine nei. Ki runga ki tēnei tēpu, ki tēnei āhuatanga me ki te tēpu o ngā rangatira. Ngā kai whakahaere o te rohe. Nā reira. Tiaki aia. Engari. Ko ia tētahi mana wahine. E mana wahine tēnei. Ka huri au ki te reo, tuarua. Just to say thank you from the top table, Alex, and all of your councillors, all of you rangatira, the chiefs of our rohe, Central Hawke's Bay, te rohe o Tamatea. It's an honour, although it's unusual. E tikanga hou tēnei ki au. In our culture, it's very unusual for a father to stand up and speak on behalf of his daughter. You know, we would usually bring someone else to speak rather than me praising my daughter. It's not. E hara tērā te tikanga mai. Kōrero. And I will say that our daughter, she has run our business in Porangahau for the better part of 20 years. She's been our admin person, and over the last 2.5, 3 years, her and her husband, Richard, and their family here, these fine young men, that beautiful princess sitting there, have taken over our business and are doing a great job. They own several businesses in Porangahau, and they work together as a family. They work together for the betterment of our community in Porangahau. Yeah, they own the dairy, they got a farm, they got several properties, and they run Kurawaka business as well. In fact, Piri, the daughter, just last week received the Māori Business Women's Development Award. So she knows what she's on about, and supported by her husband, Richard Galbraith, and the whole of the family. So we want to acknowledge you, the council, for making the possibilities available. She's very strong in her tikanga Māori, as I know Amelia also is very strong. And with that, I know that, here, and I've got to acknowledge here, this whanoni here, sitting here, from Te Aute College, the principal of Te Aute College. And all of the family. This is Ngāti Kere. Ngāti Kere. So thank you for the opportunity to be here and to speak on behalf of the family, on behalf of the hapu, and in particular on behalf of my daughter, my son-in-law, and my grandchildren. Koe rā tāku, ka nui te mihi te aroha, kia koutou, kia koe, te upoko o te tepu nei, tēnā koutou, huri no te whare, tēnā tātou katoa.
E re re rā e I te mani a tanga o toro pe takua aroha ki te whenua manga o rapa manawa angi angi e hama e me. Honei au, ngā hiwi maunga o poranga, takotora, ki runga o toka te, uri atu aku ka nohi ki te haha, kanga e tiro aua, uru atu ki uta I taumata, I te hiwi o te kōrera, hoki ko te whitau a te mauri e re atu ana I te kōpu a uranga, tua ti e huti ara e koroma e kui ma e ngauri o ngā Papati pulia mate mane hurangi te maheu heu hakaka karano I te riu o hine garu mata popore tia ke rana mata ia po moko puna ka hurangi ko te po wakarunga o te kupe ngā te huki ko ngā ringi kakau poko I te mata I te poro taumata oki ki poke kai hau I o rawa ke nei au, ki te ao te wahi makairi nei, ki wai te mea ka ruku popo, ka waka ma te ki tona he
Kamuta.
Welcome. Please join us. Please feel free to share some words, but then we will complete the proceedings with our really boring local government, which doesn't sound nearly as beautiful as the way I just did then, but welcome to the table.
Tēnei te mihi atu ki a koutou e ngā pau o tēnei tari, te kaunihira o tamatea, he mihi kawana ki a koutou i tēnei ata. He mihi tēnei anō ki a koutou te whānau i haere mai, mai te kainga o Poranga Hau, ngā kanohi o te rā, mihi mai oha ki a koutou. Morena everybody. He uri tēnei mai ngā maunga o Hikurangi, ki te tai rāwhiti, he maunga anō ko Kahurānaki, tainoa ki ngā pai maunga o Tararua, ki te tainoa ki te pautini o te waipaunamu ngā pai maunga o Takitamu. Ko taku taha kaha, ko te awa pūtahi te maunga, ko Taure Kaitai te awa, ko te pairahi te moana, ko Ronga Marae roa te marae, ko Ngāti Kere te hapu, ko Ngāti Kahunguru te iwi, ko Poranga Hau te haukainga, ko Piri Galbraith tōku ingoa. So a pleasure to be here this morning, to step into this, tūranga hau, new role. For us as a whānau, so I'm here to represent us as tangata whenua, mana whenua of tamatea tai whenua, to share perspectives, to ensure the tirohanga Māori. We've got our Māori mōwhiti on, and being inclusive of all that we are as tangata whenua. So he mihi tēnei, big mihi for this opportunity. Beautiful to work alongside our whanaunga here, ngā uri o Takapau. We've performed side by side on the Kapahaka stage back in the 90s. Ooh, sounds like ages. So, lived and breathed te ao Māori, right from our upbringing, born and raised in the marae. And it's imbued throughout our whole lives. So here for our whānau, our tamariki, our mokopuna to ensure everything aligns for us. So tēnei te mihi kia koutou, ngā pau, kia koe Doug, kia koe Alex, to you all, beautiful to sit by your side and work collectively together. Tēnā koutou, tēnā tātou katoa.
So we're going to undertake our bit of tikanga to get the signed, sealed and moved and seconded, all those in favour bits sorted, okay? And then we'll be able to close our proceedings to share some time for morning tea. So to open our meeting at the table, welcome everybody to our whānau from Poranga Hau that have come with us. Thank you so much for being here to support Piri. We should probably have karakia to start our... Cool. Do we have any apologies from anyone? No, it looks like we're all present and correct. Any conflicts of interest to declare? No. Can I have a mover and seconder for our standing orders, please? Councillor Taylor and Councillor Byrne. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. We have minutes from the council meeting of the 5th of September. Can we confirm they're true and correct? Councillor Moynihan, thank you. Councillor Taylor's got a question.
Yeah, this question's about the second part of the recommendation on page. Didn't read right, page 8. That it had part 1 and part 2 of the motion.
Yes.
To substantive recommendation that the council's decision to establish a Māori ward.
Yeah.
I remember moving that.
Yes.
But I purposely left off to hold a binding poll at the 2025 local elections because that would happen anyway.
Yes. So the version of minutes that I've got, councillor, have only got that one that we did move. Not 2 parts. The version that I've got has only got part 1 on page 8.
Okay. Oh, mine doesn't.
What is mine?
Okay. So the.
So I'm happy if it doesn't exist in the
Is that on page
original.
8, it has got one part to the resolution.
And the second part of that is a couple down from that. Or actually, it might be the next page. Councillor and move to adopt recommendations 3, which was seconded by Pip. Debate followed, called for division, 5 in favour, 4 against. Recommendations 1, 5 and 6 were resolved and carried, but there's no mention of who moved or seconded those. And there was no number 6.
Yeah. Okay, so that is something we're not going to be able to resolve.
No, cool, just,
we are going to, Councillor
we had talked about it. But
thank you for moving, but I'm going to let that lapse and we're not going to adopt the minutes because there's clearly some contention. So the item that we have got to consider today is appointment of Pou Whirinaki, page 12, please, of the agenda. And we have the report that has been circulated about the appointment of Piri to council on behalf of Mana Whenua through the process run via Tamatia Tai Whenua. Is there anything you need to add, Mr. Chief Executive? The recommendation is this, that council appoints Piri Galbraith as Pou Whirinaki to Central Hawke's Bay District Council, the Finance, Infrastructure and Performance Committee, the Transport Committee and the Strategy, Growth and Community Committee. It sounds like lots of work, doesn't it? 2022-2025 triennium, and that we update the schedule of appointments. Can I have a mover and a seconder for that resolution of council, please? Councillor Annand, thank you, and Councillor Whitman. Would you like to speak to that resolution?
I need to say welcome to our table and
I just want to welcome all the whānau here this morning. Really cool to see all of them here, but also echo welcome to the table. Really looking forward to what you can bring to this to the table.
Anyone else have anything to add? Councillor Monaghan.
Yes, I'd just like to welcome Piri. Sorry about that. Congratulations on your Pou Whirinaki appointment. I think with the support of the media, both your appointment signifies the beginning of a new chapter of partnership between this district council and our iwi. I know that the work ahead will not always be easy. Because we've got a lot of challenges that lie ahead of us. But I have full confidence in both your abilities to give us guidance and to guide us through challenges with your wisdom and strength. Piri, I see that you're a mother of 4, married your high school sweetheart Richard, which I still hope that's true. Run the family farm with him. You're also a dairy business owner and interestingly, a holistic and wellness teacher. One very busy lady. Congratulations. My only advice on the topic of wellness around this council table is this. When or if council gives you lemons, mix them with vodka and tell everyone you're doing a cleanse.
At least made lemonade. Thank you, Councillor. Anyone else? Yeah. Look, we're thrilled to have you on board and to have the table at the shape that it is now. For the next 12 months, there's more change to come as we come into elections next year, where we've got on the table around what does mighty ward representation look like at this council table as well. So it's going to be an interesting and challenging year, and we're just thrilled to have you with us, Piri. So welcome. Councillor Annan, the motion. Anything further? Okay, all those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Against? Carried. Congratulations. So that's the kind of boring official bit of the tikanga over and done with. And so it would be my pleasure to close the proceedings for now so that we can go and seal the deal with a cup of tea. and round out our process for welcoming you aboard. So to those that are following our meeting, we will be back shortly. We're just going to have a cup of tea more. Okay, kia ora, welcome back everyone. We are reconvening our council meeting. And I'm just going to go back to the minutes of the last meeting item that we just moved past before. And on page 8, so if we could just go to page 8 of the agenda. The challenge was that the narrative and the minutes didn't align with that section of the minutes. And so if we just remove the narrative that sits below the motion on that page, it will stand as, it will then be true and correct. So if we make that change, we should be able to move that the rest of the minutes are true and correct. That resolves your issue, Councillor Taylor?
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, great. They're okay with everyone else? Good. Okay, so that the minutes of the extraordinary council meeting held on the 5th of September 2024 as circulated and amended be confirmed as true and correct. Councillor Taylor, perhaps you should move that. Councillor Moynihan, are you still on board? Good. Seconded, Councillor Moynihan. Any commentary on that? Otherwise, all those in favour, please say aye. Against. Thank you. That's tidier than having to come back. Thank you. So let's now jump through to item 7.2, which is on page 18. And this is our resolution monitoring report of work that is in progress. So Mr. Tate, would you like to speak to this item?
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. So just noting there's a couple of actions that are still on track, most notably, probably I'll start at the very top of the page, item number 1. We will be bringing an update back to the Strategy, Growth and Wellbeing Committee for the December update on just central lines together on that one. Positively on item number 3, the adopted initial implementation review, that the appeal period closed with no appeals received. So we are now just waiting on the final representation arrangements to be confirmed by LGC. So no hearing for that, which is positive. And then just noting that closes out the last of the resolutions relating to the representation review. So other than that, Your Worship, happy to take any questions through you.
Yeah. Cool, thank you. Pretty good explanation of where those things are all up to. Questions? Otherwise, can I have a mover and a seconder? Councillor Taylor to note the report. Councillor Byrne, anything to add? All those in favour, please say aye. Against. Carried. Now, we have 2 really very substantive items today, which go to the core legal mechanisms that this table as elected representatives have around the accountability and direction of council. And one is the annual report, so looking at the performance of the business, and the second one is about the district plan and the operationalising of the new district plan. So they're really big items. The first one is the annual report for the financial year just finished at the end of June, which has now been through audit and is ready for us to look at and consider for adoption. Mr. Tate, are you going to present this, or Mr. Chamberlain?
I'm going to open first of all, thank you,
Sure.
Worship, and then I will ask to Mr. Chamberlain to speak to the numbers. But look, just really in terms of opening, I think what the annual report tells us is a story of what's been a pretty significant year for us as an organisation and as a council. I think it's very easy to certainly forget about the progress and the achievements that we've made, and what was a pretty challenging period, not just for council, but for community across all of Central Hawke's Bay and the wider Hawke's Bay region. Clearly, its major focus is on recovery, and both the numbers and the opening documents speak to that, but it's also reflected across the levels of service, those that have been achieved, but certainly some of the areas that haven't been achieved, and whether that's in swimming pools, the libraries, or other activities with that. Just want to really just touch on a couple of the key points that are sitting inside it, and look, really one of the more notable areas relates to our roading asset replacements and the major investment that we had at the 99% funding assistance rate from Waka Kotahi in the funding period. Yeah, a whopping 17.6 mil of expenditure in that space, but also talking to the major work that we completed in stormwater in terms of recovery as well. Just probably also just reflecting on what was the previous year's audit approach and process, probably just speaking to how smoothly this one has gone, particularly from an asset valuation perspective, and the challenges that we certainly had with asset impairment last year versus this year. I don't want to quite say it's been a breeze, but it has been certainly a lot easier. And really, again, that's a testament and just really want to say a big ups to the team in terms of the process and the effort that has gone behind what is the volume of land transport projects that have happened at pace, but actually the systems and the processes that have sat behind that to make sure that when we've got to end of year audit, we can now confidently say we have an unqualified audit opinion for our annual audit. So with that, Your Worship, I'll hand to Mr. Chamberlain and happy to take questions.
Thank you, Mr.
Good morning, Your Worship and councillors. The report you have in front of you, as Doug has just alluded to, is to adopt the annual report. This annual report initially went through Risk and Assurance Subcommittee back on the 15th of October. The numbers that you see here, for those that are on that committee, are unchanged from what you saw then. And at that time, the Risk and Assurance Committee actually met with Ernst Young, who are the auditors, and have recommended that this annual report be adopted. Just briefly on the numbers, on top of page 22, you'll see a table there with some financial numbers in them. The third column across, which is the one that says 2024 council actual, that's the reported financial results for the year. It shows a surplus of 9.5 million, which is quite a turnaround from the previous year where we had a deficit of 222,000. Last year's deficit, as Doug alluded to, had a number of impairments to our roading assets following the cyclone, and that skewed the results. This year's results have also been skewed and reflect the large amount of money that we got from NZTA at the 99% FAR that Doug was talking about. So what I have done is on the right-hand side is added some numbers where I have backed out that emergency funding from NZTA and backed out some of the emergency works that we did in terms of clearing stormwater networks after the cyclone, just to show what BAU, business as usual council would look like. And that report there shows that actually we're a lot closer to the budgeted expected result. The other thing I would note is that both the budget and the adjusted accounts show a deficit of about 7.3 million. That reflects the fact that we aren't fully funding depreciation. So we are not rating for depreciation in its entirety. Depreciation runs at about 15 million a year, and we aren't fully collecting enough rates to be able to replace our assets using ratepayer money in the year that the assets are wearing out. We're actually quite reliant on central government and NZTA to help co-fund our asset replacement program. And we are also using debt for replacing our water assets at the moment. Overall, our income, when you're looking at the reported numbers, our income was 28 million up on budget, and our costs were 12 million up on budget, which reflects that additional spend post-cyclone and the additional funding. Top of page 23, there is a table there that shows all the external funding that was received, and you can see that council received just under $40 million worth of external funding, particularly from NZTA or Waka Kotahi, where it was just under 35 million. That's a much, much bigger number than we would normally have in a business as usual environment. Even the $22 million in the previous year had some emergency funding in it. So our normal funding I'll get the number wrong, but it's around that 12-15 million mark. So that's a big improvement. The report then goes on to talk about the business as usual operations, and these have been covered quite well in the quarterly updates that you've had. They don't reflect anything different to what you've seen, so I won't talk to those. The only other item that happens at year end is that we revalue our assets. Normally, we revalue our assets on a 3-yearly rolling program, and we do one asset class each year, plus roading, which is done every year. But this year was a little bit unusual in that because of the high inflation that we've had over the past couple of years, the auditors have actually asked us to revalue everything to make sure that we're actually recording a true and fair reflection of the council's assets. Also, as part of roading, as well as revaluing our assets up and saying they're going to be more expensive to replace, we've also managed to unimpair quite a number of our assets because of all the work that we've done. So you'll see that there's a $49.3 million increase in the carrying value of our assets. Now, that's a book value. Doesn't actually mean that council has $49 million worth of cash. In fact, quite the opposite, because what it means is that our assets are now going to cost us $49 million more to replace when they wear out. And it also impacts our insurance because our assets are worth more. So we have to buy more insurance than we used to. Top of page 24 is our list of assets and liabilities for our balance sheet. One of the largest numbers in there is our asset number, and that's grown by 64 million. So as you heard earlier, 49 million of that is revaluation. The balance is the spend that we've done on actually building assets during the year, offset by the 15 million depreciation that I mentioned earlier. Our external debt has only grown by 2 million this year, so we've gone from 42 to 44 million, which is quite an achievement in a year that we're having to do all this rebuild. The fact that we've had so much assistance, we've managed to keep a lid on the debt growth. During the year, council had to refinance 14 million of existing loans. This is now flowing through into this year's rating requirement. And the reason that I'm saying it's flowing through into the rating requirement is that a lot of these loans were taken during the COVID period and we were borrowing at 2.2%. And now that they've been refinanced, the new floating rate at the end of the financial year was 6.2. That's now starting to come back with the OCR changes. About 82% of our total debt of 44 million relates to water. So that's a very quick snapshot of council's finances at the end of June. The full report is there, but I'm happy to take any questions that you might have.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chamberlain. This council hasn't seen this whole annual report as Risk and Assurance has, so willing to look at any issues, questions people have got right through the report. Lots of moving parts. Thank you for doing that little exercise of backing out the recovery funding and activity to give a better sense of where we're at in normal business. That was really helpful because it's sometimes a bit difficult to unpack. Questions from anyone? Councillor Byrne.
So personnel costs are down under budget. Contractor costs, obviously, are they?
Yeah. So we have had a number of vacancies that have been backfilled using contractors while we've been recruiting. So I wouldn't say it's a one-for-one, but where it's been a critical role, certainly we have been bringing contractors in to cover the gaps and keep things rolling and progressing.
Questions?
Yeah, I was just wondering, where do we report on the theatre use? I haven't seen that in this report or even in the Peace Corps organisation.
It is in the org report.
Couldn't see it.
Yeah, it is. And it'll be in the, not sure that the total of service. Yeah. Section on theatres.
I couldn't find it anywhere.
Yeah. I can't see it identified. I would have thought that it should have been around about page 86, but which is the community facilities section.
Last three, like we haven't normally reported that in the annual data. So there's some, you want that information.
But mine is even in the organisation report. I couldn't find it, but I stand to be corrected if we get here and we can see that. I just think it's just tells a story around that facility space. The numbers that would be on columns and things like that. To make sure that we report on the libraries and that sort of thing. It'd be good to know.
So we do have levels of service targets in the LTP on usage of the theatres. So I'm not quite sure why only some of those levels of service are reported in that activity.
So the levels of service that appear in the annual report match the LTP. So remembering this is the LTP 3 years ago, this is the final year of the LTP. So the new levels of service that we introduced last year for the forward-facing 3-year plan will be reported on next year.
Yeah, the last LTP had numbers around the usage, so
20, I think you'll find the 28.
Yeah. Okay, good. Let's find out about that. Questions?
Yes, just on page. Sorry, about 91, just in regards to the rate, there's this affordability benchmark.
What page is that on, Councillor Money?
91.
Yeah.
So last year, benchmark that we were meant to achieve from local government not compliant because of the increase. Is that what it's stating?
Yeah, so in our LTP, we said that we would try and keep our rate increases to inflation or the local government cost of inflation, which is a subset of CPI, plus 3%. And last year we didn't achieve that. So that's why the bar is orange and higher than the black bar, which is the inflation plus 3%, which was the target.
And because of that would be of like cyclone costs and inflation rate. Is that sort of
so we had
insurance?
We have a combination of things. So inflation was running high. Our loans were being refinanced at more expensive rates. Our insurance was going through the roof after the cyclone. Plus we had cyclone recovery costs. So there were a whole lot of conspiring things that came against us all at once that meant that we couldn't meet that target.
And so when they see this, you explain why, and they're quite happy with that reason.
Yeah, so these benchmarks that are shown in here are to say these are what good practice looks like. It doesn't mean that you have to comply with them. You try to, but if you can't for various reasons, and in this particular circumstance, we had a whole lot of reasons outside of our control, we can report that actually we weren't able to meet it.
So that was our choice. That was the rate strike that we did for that annual plan. Directly after the cyclone, when we do that rates increase.
Yeah, I was just trying to think of the reasons, but
Yeah.
Now that's one. Well, I had an idea, but
Yeah. And so we set some of these benchmarks, set through some guidance from government and legislation, but some of them we actually, we decide on the levels ourselves as a benchmark of what we think is appropriate in the communities.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Councillor Byrne?
Not so much a question. I found it particularly useful to have that fourth column that shows us taking out of our external funding. And I'm just wondering whether we could put that into the annual reports and show how much we are reliant on external funding. I mean, we've got the graphs that show us the external funding that we've got. And I mean, when we look at it, we probably couldn't deliver on. We couldn't deliver on very much actually without external funding. So yeah, that fourth column is very useful.
Yeah, so on page 110, which is buried in the notes to the accounts, there is actually a copy of that external funding table that you saw in the body of your report. So that is in there, but you'd have to be pretty keen to read right through to that page. And then
you start with the notes. The most interesting, but.
And then I'm pretty sure, it's been a while since I looked at this, but I'm pretty sure that table does appear somewhere in the commentary of the accounts as well. The one with the fourth column that you're talking about. I think we did insert it somewhere.
It is challenging to provide exactly the right picture because some of it, so we've been able to back out some of the income and the expenditures, but some of it crosses over. The overhead that's running the land transport department or the PMO that's part of what is happening in delivery recovery. It's not going to be a clean number.
No.
At the bottom of page 94, there is page 94 has the full comprehensive statement of financial revenue and expenses unadjusted. And then underneath, I have put the summary table that appears in your report showing the adjusted version just for a bit of context. And there's a bit of commentary underneath that.
Thanks, Councillor Annand.
My concern always comes in the building rentals consent charges and the budgeted amount coming in, how that actually plays out into this year ahead. What's the auditor saying and what's the plan around that? And even from a risk and insurance.
So I think for that question, we need to break for the finance committee where there's going to be the quarterly financial update. So this is kind of just an assessment of where we got to for the year. And yes, you're right. Around where the activity, the fees and charges going down got to is definitely relevant in terms of what we do next. That will come at the committee meeting next week.
I mean, I would be happy even if we've got staffing numbers were down, we've been able to use that funding to be able to put in to be able to make that loss so not so much. Has there been some move around to actually recover some of that cost from the past so we're not carrying it for so much?
So we also had the we had that carry forwards paper that we did a few weeks ago as well that talked about how some of that general rated stuff has been able to support the drop in some of those activities. Yeah. So yes, there's some of that activity, particularly in the general rate one, which is able to support those losses. So some of it was debt funded.
Yeah, but probably just like you can't necessarily so much influence the previous financial year. For the financial year, that will be that. As Alex has noted, that's there's a specific paper in the first quarter financials where we'll be talking to some of what we are doing. So
subsequent to that, and then we're going to be adopting insurance committee minutes. Is that something that you also talk about? You receive this annual report through them. Is that something that was highlighted to them as well, that they are asking those same questions? So we've got that double layer around.
So risk and assurance is looking at the assurance on process around how audit is. We're providing the systems and audit is testing those systems. It's not necessarily the committee saying things are right or wrong, but actually just that the good process with the auditors is being gone through. and that those systems have been tested. And even audit, they don't have an opinion of whether the performance of our building department is good, bad, or indifferent. They audit the numbers to make sure that what's reported is actually what happened.
The flow on effect to that though would actually be that if you're dropping a report like this into risk and assurance, surely when they're looking at those numbers, they're asking all those same questions around
Risk to income.
risk to income. Yeah.
Yeah. But it also comes down to our responsibilities around how we set the budget. So we made assumptions going into this year's budget and the LTP about what building activity would look like. So the activity management plan set those forward forecasts of how many building consents do we think we're going to process this year. And then we get into this place of, well, forecast the best that we can, but then we have to make those decisions about what to do with it then if it doesn't line up. And a lot of that sits at an executive level, how to make those choices, but we have to question and raise it to make sure that they are thinking about it. So that it doesn't just roll on at the end of the year.
So just again, probably just close that one out, but for clarity on the way forward. So like previous financial year, yes, there's a trend of decreasing income, but that's a trend again we're seeing in this first quarter and will be spoken to at finance, infrastructure and performance speak around the actions we've already got underway.
But I suppose as governors, what we need to do is make sure that when those things come forward, that we are on the record of those issues that are concerning us, because what we can't have is that we get reported it, we don't say anything, it rolls through into a loss shown on the annual report. And councillors think that it's not good enough when actually we've been reported it, and we haven't necessarily followed through on pushing back on it. So we've got to take some responsibility for making sure we're highlighting the issues through the process as well.
I do recall though, when setting budgets, that I think that there was a number of us that pushed back when there was bids for increase in roles or budgets and things like that, to say actually what this is showing us is that the income is tracking down, and is there a need for those changes and increases in those areas. So yeah, I'm just signaling that we can't keep sustaining it.
Agreed.
Yeah, we need a plan.
Other questions? No. But I liked those charts at the beginning that showed the split of internal and external income, and also the way that it's spent on different activities. I thought that was really helpful illustration. What we're doing, that was back on page beginning of the annual report. Yeah, page 32. It's really helpful. Any other anything from the process on the annual report that we need to make sure we mark to learn from for next year? Kelly, you've picked up some good making sure that we get involved in the numbers early in the financial year on those budgets, and we've also will have an annual plan budget coming up, draft budget at the end of the year, thinking about activity levels for next year. Let's make sure we push hard into that as well. What else? Good. Thank you. Mr. Chamberlain. Right, so the resolution for us is on page 21, which is that having considered all matters raised in the report and following the recommendation of Risk Insurance Committee, that council adopt the annual report for the year ended 30th of June 2024. And delegates the chief executive to make any final minor adjustments requested by audit as they finalise their checks. I'd like to move the adoption of the annual report. That's the right hand. The seconder. Councillor Muggeridge. Like to speak, Councillor.
Oh, just looking through it. I think as a council, I think when you look into the report, we've had another challenging past year. And especially since we're continuing to recover from Cyclone Gabriel, and then we've also got internal borrowing increases, but even that might be dropping, but there are inflationary and insurance, it's all adding to the pool. And going forward, like you said, well, councillor Annan, we'll probably have to look at like all our income. Increase it. We can put even more external funding. It shows in here without it, we're struggling. You take that in. So there's a lot of pressure still going forward. We still require about 100 million in additional funding from NZTA for our local infrastructure projects recovery in total. And I think we don't keep pushing and pushing and pushing, especially with our fire rate. I'm afraid it might, the roading repairs and other projects may take over a decade to complete. So I think we need to make sure the communities are aware of that going forward.
So we can talk about that topic in a discussion on another paper later in the agenda.
Yeah.
Thank you. Councillor Muggeridge.
Just that, considering what we've been through, we align reasonably closely with budget, which is a good thing. And even though the budget wasn't pretty to start with, it's not pretty much good. Have all those other expenses. So, yeah.
Yes. Well, I just would add, I actually think it's pretty phenomenal when you think about where the budget was and the amount of capex that was in our budget prior to thinking about recovery activities, that the amount of capex we were going to do was just short of $40 million, and we weren't able to do all of that. We did a fair proportion of it, but actually we still did $40 million worth of capex and recovery activities. And when you think that that's been on the basis of a business which is only slightly more people sitting in this building that's managing that, and it's a really huge amount of business that they're doing, far bigger than what was ever budgeted. And so actually the transition, the balance of, we haven't managed to do all of the capital work we needed on our infrastructure, but it's been replaced by a huge amount of recovery activity. And so overall the council has delivered on a huge amount of work, and it's going to be challenging for us to think about what that looks like over the coming years, because it's going to start to change again. We've got a really big business at the moment in terms of the amount of work that we need to do, but it's not always going to be like that. So there is going to be a transition as we get away from that recovery activity. It's also really positive to see the way that reporting of external funding has come in there. That's something we've chased so hard for so many years, and it's actually really advantaged us to have the capability in the business to do that well. And I think that's reported really clearly in the report. And so to think about the breadth of things that we've had to do, and how much has been juggled by the business to be able to continue with it. I think the report clearly shows how big that has been, and actually how well that has been managed at many levels. We've not everyone's been happy, and we need to be really clear about that. There are people that are not happy, and we get that, but I think what this report shows is that there's been so many things to juggle. It's really clear why that's happened, because there's just has been so much to do with that cyclone recovery there. So congratulations to the team, particularly the leadership who has spurred on the organisation to deliver what is everything that is in this annual report, and to think that we've done that successfully, and I want to thank you for that work to do it. But the challenges still do to continue, and how we now map this forward into further financial plans is going to be really pivotal. So congratulations for what has been delivered in this report. It is pretty phenomenal. Anyone else want to add anything further? Otherwise I'll go back to Councillor Monahan, right in reply.
I'd just like to concur what you said. Like you said, going forward, we'll have to balance infrastructure needs with ratepayer affordability. Consider that. But well done to the management team for getting that external funding. I've always said thank you for what you do on that, in that area. And I think we're pretty well set up now. And if there is any, we're pretty good. We can get on right on the dot and get it quite early. So well done. I think they look at ours and go, they're organised, give them next year. So I'd say well done.
Councillor. All right, but the motion is on the table. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against, carried. Next item is 7.4, adoption of the district plan as operative in part, which is page 134. And some welcome news that we got via email yesterday about some additional deals that have been resolved, and so there's going to be change to what's on the table. But welcome, Kim and Dylan, and Asher is online. So Asher.
Right, kia ora koutou everyone. I'll take the report as read, but I do want us to speak to a few key points. And yeah, first up, really want to acknowledge the process to date. It's reviewing a district plan is like a big complex project, and it's taken some time. It's been long yet relatively quick as well in some ways. So yeah, and I'm very privileged to stand up here today coming along. I haven't been here from the beginning, obviously. So I just want to acknowledge all the staff before me. Sage Planning, our consultants that were key during the review, watching online hopefully, and yeah, other external consultants we had that were required to provide expert reports. Yeah, it was a true team effort. Obviously, councillors were involved as well from the beginning. I think you had a district plan subcommittee, and that was a great opportunity to hear from the community as well. And that has also been quite a thorough process. So the community were heard through the draft district plan and then again through the proposed. And obviously that put the hearings panel in a good position to run the hearings. And yes, and because of all that good pre-work, the appeals phase was relatively quick, I guess, 18 months it's taken us to get to this point where we've the majority of appeals have been resolved. And yeah, going through to this next stage is quite positive because when you're running with two plans, as you do the review, it's quite complicated for the consent planners and also for the plan users. So yeah, good to get to this point. Yeah, I think that's been helped by just having a good smooth process really. Yeah, but we do have a few remaining appeals, so that's why that's the recommendation is what it is in front of you. We're leaving out parts of the plan that we can't make operative at this point, but they are minor, and we will continue to work through those two appeals now we're down to. So yes, we got a decision yesterday on the Zant appeal. Asher, did you want to talk to that?
Yes. Good morning, everyone. Hopefully you can hear me okay.
Kia ora, Asher, loud and clear.
In my apologies, for some reason my video has decided not to work, but at least the audio is working. Yes, we were grateful yesterday to receive from the Environment Court a decision on the Zant appeal, which fully endorses the council's position that it's taken all the way through, that it's appropriate to recognise outstanding natural feature 7 in the proposed district plan, and also some helpful comments that the process that the council adopted and the way it approached its decision making was entirely appropriate, and there was no evidence that council had done anything wrong essentially. So while we knew that, it was nice to have that confirmed by the Environment Court. The timing of the decision is such that we had originally proposed that ONF 7 and the related map be excluded from becoming operative because that appeal had not been disposed of. The Environment Court decision means that that appeal is now disposed of, so the exclusion can be removed from the resolutions that you have in front of you, and you can approve that part of the plan. So I understand Ms. Anstey has tabled some revised resolutions for today.
Thanks, Asher. Thanks for your work in taking those appeals through the process. And we've got on the screen the proposal to remove part C and D in the recommendations. What else would you like to add? What?
I mean, I think we can say it's a district plan you should be proud of really, because it has we're now predicting productive soils much better than we were in the old plan. And, it's the significant landscapes of CHB. So, and it's a neat, tidy plan. It aligns with the planning standards. So it puts you in a good position going forward.
Thank you. Right, questions of the team about this? I feel sorry for new people at the table like Amelia and because the rest of us have been doing this project for years. And it gets to the point you've just got to keep putting one foot in front of the other to keep going and get it to completion. Questions from anyone? Councillor Anand.
I was just wondering, I saw an email go out to the people that have been involved in the past. Did we get much of a response from those people around yay?
Yeah, so through your worship, got a number of responses back. Some of them were to the group and most of them were just back to me. I won't take that as my own personal compliment, but the recognition of, I think, the collective team effort of all the stuff, and right back from the very, from Helen O'Shaughnessy, right in the very early days. Mick Lester, who sat as the original kind of independent chair, the district plan subcommittee, previous councillors Sharp, previous councillors Tennant. This project has a really long history that again has its origins in the start of Project 5. So for them all, everybody's had a contribution in a really different way. And I think for them all knowing that they've contributed to that is whether it's SAGE that's responded or perception planning or others more environmental they are now. But well done. So good plan that puts us.
Roger and Chocky, who worked with us on that committee from Takiwa as well. So, Councillor Taylor.
So just to follow on from that, we've Central Hawke's Bay now has a special wee place, I think, in the heart of Loretta Lovell and Robert Schofield, who came on the panel latterly, and just they felt, a lot of the people they met, the issues they saw, both the public and council was they're worried about saying that they were pleased to be part of the process for us too. And they are, I know, I just texted Robert and said that we'd started talking about it. So they are following us.
Oh, good. Thank you. We've been really well briefed about how this appeals process has been rolling out. So none of this is surprising to us. So we've got amended resolutions up there. So thank you. Which is sort of imaginations of making a district plan operative, remembering under the Local Government Act, we have 5 really key powers, and one of them is operating making a district plan operative. So we don't get a huge number of legal powers as this table, but this is one. So we'll have part A and B will be the exceptions, and C and in our papers, they are E and F. So we just need to make sure, Annalie, that doesn't auto correct.
Oh yeah, I think
to become C and D. So the final 2 should be E and F. And then the rest of numbers 2 and 3 should be able to stand. Okay, so first of all, that council number 1 approves the 2021 Central Hawke's Bay proposed district plan for partial adoption with amendments as per the Environment Court consent orders dated 7th of August 2024 in accordance with clause 17 of Schedule 1 of the Resource Management Act 1991 with the following exceptions. Can I just ask a question? That the wording that says there as per the Environment Court consent orders dated 7th of August 2024, should that not be now orders that have come through yesterday?
Oh, if I can answer that, Your Worship. We did talk about that, but because the Environment Court decision did not direct any changes to the district plan, there's no need to reference that. The consent orders direct changes to the plan, but the Environment Court decision doesn't.
Okay, so that date of 7th of August 2024 and the resolution should stand.
That's right.
Great, thank you. So the exceptions are A, part 1, how the plan works, B, part 2, UFD urban form and development section. Point F, the planning maps as they apply to the zoning at 94 to 96 Mount Herbert Road, and F, the planning maps as they apply to the zoning at 25 Puna Waitai Road, Hauriri. Number 2 directs officers to publicly notify that the proposed district plan will become operative in part on 14th November 2024 in accordance with Schedule 1, Clause 22 of the Resource Management Act 1991. And number 3 directs officers in accordance with Schedule 1, Clause 24 to provide a copy of the Central Hawke's Bay District Plan operative in part 2024 to the Minister for the Environment, the Regional Council and our adjacent territorial authorities and the tangata whenua of the area through our iwi authorities. Any issues with any of that? This is very much as proposed in legal language. Good. We have a mover and a seconder, please. Councillor Taylor. Councillor Byrne. Right to speak, Councillor Taylor.
Just the people that were mentioned before, just to thank everyone for the work that's been done, and particularly staff from the top right down to the people who welcomed the submitters, the people who set up the rooms, for everything in that whole panel process, the whole thing. It's been a long time coming, and it's very good to now have the appeals process got to this point so that we're able to stop operating two plans.
Yeah, I mean, today marks a huge milestone for everyone that's involved. I mean, the whole review process has spanned different councils, legislation, national plans. I think everyone should be proud of where we've got to. And yeah, and since the proposed district plan was notified in 2023, our consents team have had to operate under two plans, and obviously we can see that from the annual plan. It's actually cost us to have that in operation. So hopefully having the majority of one plan now will save us a little bit of money. And yeah, now I guess the review process, the rolling review process, because yeah, let's hope we don't end up with another 20-year-old district plan in the future. But yeah, congratulations and thank you to everyone who's been involved.
I to agree with you, Councillor Byrne, about that being able to now go to operative, so that the primary job of the consenting officers is working through one district plan. That's massive. We know through that work we did in the smart growth review that all the confusion and the complexities of what that meant for our property owners and developers as they were working through that was really challenging. So, and for our consent team. So that is a really big plus, and that is a big milestone to have got to this point. So, everyone? Good. Moved and seconded. Anything else, Councillor Taylor?
Yes, I know that the aforementioned chair of the panel is watching, and he has just passed on his congratulations for it and said that this has been one of the best managed hearings process he has been involved with.
Nice.
So thank you, Robert. And just yeah, it's good to have it in place.
Okay. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against. Carried. Wow. But feels tiny. So quick. Well done. Thanks, team. Thank you, Dylan. Awesome work. Right. Item 7.5, land transport recovery. Okay. We are Councillor Moynihan. Here's our chance to talk about funding assistance rates. Yeah. Good morning. Who's leading out?
Good morning, Your Worship, councillors. I'll take the report as read and just provide you with a brief summary of the topic covered. Following the cyclone, as I believe you're all aware, we had noted that there was approximately 160 million worth of damage across our network that required repairing. To date, we've been provided with significant funding from NZTA and central government at an enhanced funding assistance rate or high contribution rate that's allowed us to deliver some of our program. We have been working with NZTA in recent months to confirm our program of work for the remainder of our recovery. And in July, we submitted a funding application for approximately $34 million worth of work to be delivered this financial year. We've been working with NZTA since then to try and gain a better understanding of the funding criteria that they use to assess our application and the application approval process. Throughout that discussion, we have identified that our application to NZTA prioritised returning the sites across our network to the previous level of service and using a standard that reduced the ongoing risk to council and NZTA as our co-funder. Following discussions, we've shifted that focus now to just prioritising that level of service return and the reduced risk standard across our priority routes. So we've used our prioritisation approach that has been presented previously, primarily basing on the one network road classification and identifying the routes that are important to our district and our community. Those are the routes that we're now agreeing with NZTA. We will return to our previous level of service and using solutions that reduce ongoing risk for council and NZTA. On the rest of the routes, we're considering where we can reduce the level of service or use a solution that may be more cost effective at this point in time and ultimately be better value for money for both council and our co-funder. Through that, the remaining program has been reduced to approximately $74 million. Council have then, NZTA have then confirmed for us our funding assistance rate for this year, 24-25 financial year at 89%, requiring an 11% contribution from council. Because of the plan or the annual plan decisions made earlier this year, council's $2 million contribution to that fund means we're able to deliver a program this financial year of approximately $18 million. We have been working through an approval process with NZTA over the last few months, and to date we have $10.795 million of approved funding, and that is made up of our Recovery Phase 2 program. And we're continuing to work through a further approval process with NZTA for approximately $7.4 million that makes up our Recovery Phase 3 program. I'd like to note in the table of the report, there is a significant risk to council of not completing delivery of this work, so of Recovery Phase 2 and Recovery Phase 3, before the deadline that has been set by NZTA, and that's a deadline of the 30th of June 2025. There's a significant amount of work to be completed in the next few months, and if we don't complete the work before that deadline, the contribution required from council does increase. I'd like to ask the table if there's any questions. Happy to answer.
I'd like to know what the suggestions for mitigating that risk are, because that's massive. And we seem to, every time we've gone through that time barrier, we've had to have this re-litigated debate with NZTA. I mean, the chairman of the board has been pretty clear in his letter to us saying, don't bother trying to relitigate that. I'm done, and a minister has said the same thing. So what else are we doing to mitigate that risk of getting through that work by 30th of June?
So, do you want to answer that? No, through yeah. In the PMO at the moment, we're flat out resourcing up, getting extra project management support. So there was additional funding that was provided, 700K NIWA funding.
Yes. The Go Faster fund.
So that's allowed us to employ more project managers to help support that program. We're also looking at early engagement with contractors as well to make sure they understand the workload that's coming up as well. We have more certainty over what we would call road recovery phase 2. But we've still uncertain regards Recovery Phase 3, and still a lot more work to be done in that space to see whether we can squeeze that program. So that's just Recovery Phase 3 is work in progress still at this point in time. There are other methods that we can put into play in contract management to try and, which we had done in previous RP1, I think we had done that. We're looking for solutions in that space, working with the industry really, and getting more resource into the room.
So will that be part of then how you continue this conversation with Waka Kotahi about that balance of those additional 17 sites?
Through your worship.
RP3 or whatever you call it.
Through your worship, yes, we'll continue the discussion with NZTA around what we're trying to do to manage the risk of not delivering before the 30th of June deadline. discussions with NZTA to date have varied in terms of their response about what must be substantially completed or all completed before the deadline. So we'll work to get further clarification on that from them. The other things, in addition to what Mr. Stroud mentioned, is that we're looking at accelerating design and procurement timeframes. So where possible, reutilising designs on sites that are similar that we've already previously created, or using standard designs across a number of sites that reduce those timings. And we're presenting a procurement plan to Council this afternoon in public excluded, which outlines our proposed procurement and delivery approach for all of recovery phase 2 and recovery phase 3, which we also will help accelerate delivery of those sites.
Is there any particular projects in that list of 17 that would be the first ones to drop off in terms of being at higher risk of not being able to deliver by the timeline? Is that one of the approaches?
Through your worship, at this point in time, we haven't considered whether any of them would drop off if we were unable to deliver them. There are certain sites within those programs that are higher risk than others, in particular Burnside Bridge, where we are proposing reducing the level of service and instating a forward at that site. We're conscious there's a significant amount of work that needs to be done with community iwi engagement with Hawke's Bay Regional Council and Fish and Game that could potentially slow delivery of that project. I would say out of recovery phase 2, that's our most significant risky site there.
Through you, Mayor, I think the other point that we need to note here is we will be, once we've gone through the program and sort of got this locked in for RP3, we will be delivering, we will be spending money, we will be getting on with it. If we fall over the end of 30th of June, it's only that portion that's falling over the 30th of June. So there won't be a massive number, but it's a risk that we're well aware of trying to manage.
For your worship, to add to that, we're considering things such as material purchase. So removing the material cost from some contracts if there's extended lead times for that material, that will also reduce the expenditure later on in the programme. So there are multiple methods we're considering at this point in time.
So Aitken?
I'm just looking here and I probably missed it when your recovery phases 2 and 3. You don't have on here Todd Road and Evans Road, the Todd Road Bridge and Evans Road. And I know this council put that up in the past. Is that a later date or we're just not talking about it?
Through your worship, Todd Bridge, I forget the name of the bridge now, on Todd Road, the bridge there that is currently closed, isn't included in our recovery phase 2 or phase 3 programme. Through our prioritisation matrix, it's deemed a lower priority site that would be included in future years of the programme.
Well, then we talked about if that's the case, then Evans Road needs some major work on it. Is that not included as well? If that bridge is not included, then Evans Road becomes a major piece of road and it's still shingled.
Yeah, through your worship, we would consider what the options are at a later date, but we just need to continue that working relationship with the transport agency to work out whether it hits the priorities in future.
And probably the request is making sure that there is the BAU team connection to make sure we get across that, because it is something that comes up a lot about the increased volume now on that road that was not on there before.
It'd be even more if they move the signs.
No, thank you, councillor.
Holden's Bridge, is that on Holden Road? Is that the bridge?
Through your worship, yes, that's correct.
So I'm staggered that Todd Road and Evans Road's not on there, and you've got Holden's Road with one farm on it.
Through your worship, those sites, a number of the bridges that may not be included on our priority routes are included in the programme due to the cost of the sites. A lot of them are, or all of them are, scour protection or erosion protection that are protecting the asset from future damage that may occur in high flow weather events. There are a number of factors that have gone into the prioritisation, and it unfortunately isn't just led by the number of people impacted by those routes. So cost and severity of the damage and risk of
Well, that's
further
all.
damage is also.
That's obviously in Titoki Bridge when there's one farm across the bridge.
So maybe just an important, your worship, an important point of clarification too is in the foreword of the report speaks to it. Recovery phase 2 substantially, and without throwing my good friends at NZTA under the bus here, recovery phase 2 is basically the initial program we've actually been able to get across the line. So there may be things in there such as Titoki that actually aren't highest priority, but what we've been able to get into the year one, into the current year's program. So it's either we get on and we deliver them, or we don't. So just to be fair to the team, I completely agree with everything that you're saying. There's a level of practicality where we had to make some choices of do we accept NZTA's their decisions of what they are willing to approve in this first tranche, which is recovery phase 2. Again, recovery phase 3, even to get to that point, we're going to be working hard to get that delivered. So, and probably looping back, if I can, your worship, to the risk conversation before as well. One of the other kind of big risks, and it's a kind of a trade-off. One of the key issues in the paper talks to it is there is no certainty that bespoke far beyond the 30th of June 2025. And so it's this trade-off of, do you try and get as much delivered in the financial year as you can? And it's going to be it's probably actually a good conversation for the Transport Committee about how do we continue to monitor that risk and monitor the residual amount of work that's due to be completed by the 30th of June 2025. So trading off that risk of delivery versus potentially not receiving a higher bespoke FAR, which means the recovery program is going to take long. So just thought it was an important kind of clarification point to raise as we go through as well.
It's a frustrating hand-to-mouth situation that the NZTA system puts us in. Balancing risk and timeliness.
To a point where I've had to intervene in the process, which is not.
Councillor Martin?
Looking at recovery phase 3, tacked right on the bottom is Karanaki Road, and noting that recovery has only got 7 million of costing involved in it. Karanaki job is a huge job, so I'm guessing that's not the major slip on Karanaki Road. And my question is, why isn't it there? I would have thought, well, what criteria has chucked that off for phase 3?
Through you, your worship, start with the end of the question there. The difference between our recovery phase 2 and phase 3 program is in the order of agreement with NZTA. So there's no difference between priorities of the two programs of work, purely that RP2, our recovery phase 2, has been fully approved by NZTA, whereas we're still working through that approval process for RP3. I do believe that this is the major slip on Karanaki Road. It's Karanaki Road 6.1. And the cost estimate we have in our funding application off the top of my head is around $750,000. We are working with NZTA and it has not yet been confirmed on what our agreed solution is going to be at that site. Our original proposed solution for that site was of a higher cost estimate, and that wasn't palatable to NZTA in terms of their priority routes, and they would prefer to accept a higher risk solution at that site, given where it is on our network.
Okay, because originally we were told it was going to be about a 3 million year, so it's just been downscaled. So that is actually okay. No, that's cool.
It's kind of been the two things that have got the program from being 129 million to 70 something. Has been the acceptance that they're not going to fund the gold plated. We don't expect it to be the gold plated either. We're willing to negotiate on levels of service and priority to make sure we can get as much done as we can. And that's the challenge that I think the team are trying to articulate, is they're trying to do that based on the priorities that we've helped set. But it's not just going to turn out to be exactly what we've actually got. There's a negotiation with Waka Kotahi where there's some things that they think that we don't think, and they're trying to figure out a way forward.
And even that word gold plating is a word that makes me particularly it's come out of some individuals in Wellington. Like, to be clear, we weren't gold plating. We were trying to seek a level of reinstatement back to its previous level of reinstatement and a suitable level of risk reduction for the future. And that was being perceived by some as gold plating versus our expectation was actually having it restored back to its previous state. So, so just in that kind of language, that's where a large part of the criteria where what was previously approved under the 99% FAR was a much higher level of reinstatement than what we are now seeing. So the rules of the game have changed from NZTA as well.
So, through your worship, what we've just been talking about here is just around the standards that we reinstate to, and it is actually a good value for money proposition, which is, you know, in the paper around actually reducing the standard. And because some of those sites are continuously moving, as you're well aware, so actually spending less dollars, but perhaps more often over a 30-year period is a best value for money proposition.
Yeah, it is, and I think that's what, you know, that we have to take that on board. And I think also it's pointed out that idea of community are going to see council potentially doing what they term a band-aid job and not a real fix. And we're going to have to get communication around how this is being prioritised and how it's being done really clear. It's really easy just to say, well, you're useless council, you're just putting a band-aid on. Actually, what we're trying to do is get that value for money proposition with Waka Kotahi so we can at least do something. Yeah, and in simple terms.
Yeah, it just seems totally against our no band-aids approach. And now and you know, Waka Kotahi is saying build resilience. Well, they're not giving us a budget to help build resilience. And it's just, I mean, I'm frustrated for you. But on page 142, you've listed a number of sites that won't have robust solutions and therefore at a higher risk of future failure. Are we still ensuring that there are lifelines maintained? So through and list what's on page 142. Hang on, let me find it.
Yes.
Yeah. So
Terry Whangehu, Cookstooth, Burnside.
Yeah.
Through your worship, the sites listed there are a combination of the sites that may have a reduced level of service. That reduced level of service solution may have a higher standard that we are repairing it to and therefore a lower level of risk. So for example, on Whangehu Road, we may consider reducing the level of service down to 1 lane rather than 2 lanes, or on Cookstooth Road down from 1 lane, from 2 lanes sealed down to 1 lane unsealed potentially. And the solution to enable us to do that may have a higher risk or it may have a lower risk. When we go through our application process for those specific sites within ZTA, we'll determine the solution that they are willing to fund for us. But on other sites, for example, on Burnside Bridge, where we are proposing reducing the level of service to a Ford, that Ford solution will be built and constructed with a minimal risk to council. It's just that we're reducing the level of service at that site.
okay. Because I mean, for Burnside, obviously there are, you know, we know that there are detours and those sorts of things. What I was concerned about is with Whangehu and it's truth that potentially we were, leaving them. Yeah. Okay. No, it's.
There's other challenges on that route.
Yeah. I mean, I know it's constantly moving.
Yeah, but some of what the team have told me is that some of what Waka Kotahi were going to fund were at the Whangehu Road end, but not the Cookstooth Road end. And, well, you can't get to Whangehu Road unless you go up Cookstooth Road. So there's been a bit of a standoff in terms of the criteria and what gets funded first. And so that's probably a little bit about why it's Waka Kotahi and not really understand our level of importance on that route.
Through your worship, there's further work that needs to be done. We've just listed a few examples of where we have indications from NZTA that we'll need to consider those compromises.
Just further to Councillor is that what's the plan on communicating back to the likes of Whangehu, Cookstooth Road, because many of us as councillors gets calls from people out there who are concerned what's going on. So what's the plan going forward?
Through your worship, we'll need to develop a communications plan that clearly outlines how we're going to communicate with those specifically affected community members and road users. I believe that at this point in time, specifically for those two roads or routes, we don't have quite enough detail to be able to provide them with the answers at this point in time. But for example, for Burnside Bridge, as a part of the project to deliver that, our project manager is pulling together a specific communications plan on how we'll be engaging with the stakeholders there. So it'll be done on a site-by-site basis.
Yeah. I can just, your worship, and probably just building on Councillor Witchman's point earlier. There's a little bit, and I use the words with NZTA, it all feels a little bit of smoke and mirrors in terms of, and it might be the wrong analogy to use, but how do we get confidence around how the decision making is being made? So when we have to stand in front of community, we can articulate why a decision is being made. And using Burnside Bridge as an example, we need to be able to very clearly advocate and explain why it's NZTA's decision that they've reached the point that they have. And that's certainly that's been the conversations I've had with our team, and certainly my expectations that I've raised with the NZTA, where we've got to be able to document that. And yes, it's for us to explain NZTA's decision, but ultimately NZTA have got to be able to front community and front that decision as well and explain their rationale. So without trying to throw them under the bus, there's a really important transparency in decision making that we've got to be able to document and explain as well. So it's an important point that I am driving in particular really heavily with NZTA and our team to make.
We can throw them under the bus. I'm not shy of doing that. But my hand.
To add that point, because I had in there, I think we should really also communicating with certain community a general media announcement to say our fire rate has dropped. It will drop from 95 to 89. And there could be ongoing complications with this problem. Why can't we do that?
So, Councillor, I think that's what the staff have tried to report to us is to say that, yes, that number has dropped down, but by the balance of work that they've done, the financial implications for us are about the same. And I think that's what they're trying to get across to us, is that we didn't lose by the number going from 95 down to 89. Actually, in a practical, pragmatic, prioritised value for money trade-off, actually at 89%, the ratepayer impact is about the same. And the timing is slightly longer, but it's actually not that much longer. At, say, 4 years.
Potentially there could be a trade-off. Is that correct? Could be.
Yeah.
Yes,
I think the trick is the trade-offs that have been done so far to get to a 79 or whatever that number is of the we don't know what that looks like, and so we as community representatives can't even communicate that to community either, because it's still a moving feast, which is frustrating. I'm with you, because I asked exactly the same questions. I was pretty upset about it as well.
So taking those sites out, Whangaihu and Burnside Bridge and that sort of thing, there's still got to be money to get them up to standard, which is good enough. But it's that money coming out of.
In terms of just like the traffic management and keeping them open.
Is that so? There's no work to be done on them at all. Is that what we're saying?
So, for instance, like the tar seal that got put on the bottom of that Elsthorpe Road slip, for instance, what paid for that? Is that a BAU fund or is that a recovery fund? So anything else across the network like that?
Through your worship, the Elsthorpe Road slip as an example, to date, all of the temporary repairs like that have been funded from our emergency response funding bucket at the funding assistance rate. Moving forward, that funding expires at the end of December this year, and we don't currently have any funding allocated to continue those temporary repairs. Where possible, we've tried to implement semi-permanent measures or repairs that enable us to have a longer life duration on the site and to keep the lower level of service for community. So installing semi-permanent traffic management, which reduces costs for our maintenance and operations team, but ultimately any ongoing costs past December will fall to that budget.
Be clear that a recovery like the reconstruction work is potentially years 2, 3 and 4 still to be certified in the program. So the aim is, and the report talks about it, the aim is for basically the next 2 or 3 weeks to have the balance of the program certified with the NZTA, even though it may not be funded. So.
Yeah, because then the advocacy becomes around funding, not about prioritising.
Yeah, and getting clarity and confidence in the emergency FAR is the next really advocacy for me and for you as governors as well.
So everything has to be spent by June 31st, 2025. Is that what I remember?
Through your worship, yes, correct, in both RP2 and 3.
So time frame's pretty tight. When do you think you'll be able to start working? When's the week will actually start on this? Because thinking we're coming to November, December is going to be all happening in that space. Effectively 6 months to do 17 sort of projects within that short period of time. Then you're hoping to have spade in the ground, whatever has to happen.
Through your worship, on both RP2 and RP3, work has already commenced in the planning stage. In terms of delivery and design, on the recovery phase 2, that's already commenced, because as we say, we've got approval from NZTA. The design and actual delivery has not yet started on all of recovery phase 3 because we don't have approval yet. Across both, though, we are presenting the procurement paper later this afternoon that'll enable that delivery to continue swiftly once we do get approval on the RP3 sites.
So I just want to before we do that, just one thing. So I think this bit about communication with community is really, really important, and I don't think we've kind of quite got to the nub of what's required. So I think I'm reading between the lines. You're saying you don't want to commit to community anything about this until you complete the program negotiation in December.
Full program.
So that means the work that we are going to procure and get started, so the 10.7 whatever it is, that is due to get started. Is there a communication about that? Because that's literally, we're going to do a procurement plan for that today, and you're going to go out and start doing that work. So is there a communication approach for that list of stuff that's going to happen? How are we going to do that? Because that's actually quite urgent.
Agreed. And so yes, there is some early work in development, and in particular that needs to speak to the bespoke FAR, trying to basically clarify now the process that we've been through and using Councillor Witchman's terms, relatively simple in a simple way. This is where we're at. This is what's been confirmed for the first year and what we've still got to do. So yeah, that's the kind of the highest order, which speaks to, again, there's some regional appetite to get a media release out that talks about how great the FAR is. Like, good, we've got certainty, but actually the real work's only beginning. So yes is the answer. Yeah, and then at a more localised level, it will be for these guys to then work through at a project by project level what the implications are.
So the list of projects in RP2, we're going to put out a press release today that says to communities, these are the projects which are confirmed by NZTA, are funded at 89%, and shovels are moving.
Yeah, no, it won't be today. It'll be early next week in terms of working through that, and that'll be about how we then work through with the Transport Committee as well, around how we continue to refine that communication approach and what reporting programs will look like. So, is there anything else?
Recommend a second here.
That's a burn.
So obviously when you talked about Burnside and the number of stakeholders involved, are they going to be aware of the urgency that they need to work to actually, come up? Because you said there was a lot of stakeholders who need to get through, and working with a lot of stakeholders can take time.
Through your worship, yes, just to list a few, with our contractors, we've got a meeting scheduled on Monday next week to give them an overview of our program and the work that we're delivering this year. With Hawke's Bay Regional Council, our consenting authority for resource consent, we are meeting with them end of next week to discuss the wider program implications and how we'll be progressing consent in the most efficient way. And on those projects where there's specific landowners or community community or iwi engagement required, the project managers are already planning and commencing that. Our professional service providers as well are already well within the depths of helping us plan and deliver this work, so they're aware of the deadline too. Councillor Taylor.
Just to follow on from that, some of that communication and background information was in the draft agenda, and apologies if I was incorrect, but I advised to a lot of that lower level stuff on projects to be taken out to enable us at this table to actually look up here at the whole process and let the team go in and look at Burnside Bridge and do their communications plan and contact iwi and landowners, etc. So, yeah, I apologise if that was a wrong advice to give, but
That's right.
bring it back up to.
It needs to be about the management of the program.
Yes, so it was
about us directing project by project. Agreed. Yeah. I've got a mover and a seconder.
Oh, no, sorry. Come up this afternoon.
Yeah. Okay. Good. Right. Thank you for your incredible hard work to have got to this point. I know how complicated it's been, and how you've had to move mountains, it's felt like at times, to get things to where they've got to. So thank you all very much. And thank you for indulging a very specific conversation about this program. I would just add that it speaks to how important it is in community, and we are interfacing with this with our community every single day. And so that's why there's such a high level of interest in how we can communicate it, how we can get it right, and how we can, move it forward. So thank you. I know it's been massive to get to here. Still a little bit more to go, but thank you for that. Right, so we'll just move that council notes the Land Transport Recovery and Resilience Funding Update and endorses the direction being taken by officers to deliver on Land Transport Recovery Program. Councillor Muggeridge is going to move, and Councillor Witchman is going to second. Like to say anything additional?
Hard work starts now.
Councillor Taylor.
I'd like to say that the downside to accepting a lot of external funding is having to bend to the demands that come with that funding. And that is both in timing, criteria, and adapting our no band-aids philosophy. But I know how hard the team have worked to put not just this report, but the whole program together and keep it up.
Thank you. The thing that I'm going to add is that there's been pressure on me in the last few days to sign a letter of use of thanks to Waka Kotahi for the enhanced, the bespoke FAR rate, which has been suggested. I've refused to sign that until we'd had this conversation because of exactly what Councillor Moynihan has raised about. We planned on a 95% funding assistance rate and we've got to an offer which is 89%. I had to be really certain that there was a program wrapped around that was not just a 6% translation of cost onto ratepayers. And so what I've got from this report that we've had today is clearly a position that I think we can articulate, which is in getting the prioritisation and value for money mix right. We have downsized the program to meet what Waka Kotahi will partner with us on. We have accepted some lower levels of service to reduce the size of that program, and it means that the lower level of FAR rate makes it a manageable program for us, slightly longer, but with no additional ratepayer impact if that enhanced FAR continues. And we only know that it will go to the end of June next year. It must continue like that if it's going to continue to be to be affordable for the ratepayers. So that's where I've got to from this conversation today, from this report, and the work that's been done. So that's the position that I'll be taking out into that. So yes, we are thankful to our partners in Waka Kotahi for the funding assistance rate that they have come to us with. But we have made some big trade-offs in terms of our appetite for looking after our community and our network to meet that and make it workable. Anyone else? Councillor Muggeridge, do you want to add anything else as the mover? All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. Risk and assurance report, page 149.
Hello, good morning, Your Worship, and elected members. So before you is the regular report that comes via the Risk and Assurance Committee on the top risks to council. I'll largely take the report as noted. However, I'll point out a few key changes, and that we also have a workshop planned with the council table for the 28th of November, which is a review of the risk appetite statement. So perhaps a lot of the discussion can happen in that item too. Basically, what's happened in this report, what we took to Risk and Assurance, is that a review of the top risks has been undertaken by the leadership team. So that's resulted in a new list, which you'll see in the report. There are a number of them that are similar to what you might have seen previously. The basis for that change and how they're set out was some feedback from the Risk and Assurance Committee. So a couple of things that look a bit different in that we have risk statements in there for each of the risks, which I'm hoping will add some value in terms of how you understand what the risk to be to council. And also we've been requested to include the controls in the report rather than having them in the workshop item. So the value to you as the council table is that you have full visibility to those controls, given that you're not in the workshop and have those discussion on the controls with Risk and Assurance. So hoping that will help. There are 3 new risks that have been listed in here. So I'll quickly just say what they are, but you can see them in the report. So the first new one being the current and future flood protection. The second being the Waipokoro wastewater infrastructure's inability to service growth. And the third being the unknown impact on the critical infrastructure following Cyclone Gabrielle. Happy to take any questions.
About the workshop on the 28th.
Through Your Worship, I did, but I can repeat that. You said the 28th of November is the workshop for the risk appetite settings, and we are aiming to have that facilitated as well with some people that have been involved in the risk work through the committee previously. So welcome any feedback and discussion at that point.
Thank you. Would we maybe just pick up Councillor Annan's questions before about the risk on income through the consenting activities, where exec thinks that sits in the risk room, or whether it does at all.
Even, look, we know our strength of the external funding, we're good at that, but we believe, and it's no criticism on anybody, because it's just the sign of the times for everybody. We don't seem to measure up as where we predict our own income. As what we should be generating, so I'm just wondering, where that is discussed or
Yes, so through Your Worship, I think that's a good discussion, and perhaps we can have that in the workshop, because not only will we be looking at the risk appetite settings, but we're looking at what the top risks are to council. So this is what the exec team has proposed, what we think the top risks are. In relation to that particular risk, there are a number of things that we're doing to manage it, and does it shoot to the top of the list in terms of what sits in the helicopter of big risks? I'm keen to have that discussion with you and where you think that would sit in relation to other things that we have in this report.
And I just wonder if, I mean, I didn't mean to sound harsh before, but I guess where I'm coming from is I'm always looking at whoever's sitting in the seat past me, or any of us. It's always about, well, I'm guilty of being in that position where I have been caught on the advice of the district is growing, and so you make assumptions, business budgets, even policy decisions based on that. I guess we need that risk and assurance to be sitting there to remind us of the actually, yes, you can go this way, but there is also this way as well. And I guess I'm just looking for that, so that, anybody past us is not going to be in that situation where they've planned for a boom and actually what they got was a COVID and cyclone and a downturn and everything else, sort of thing. So it's just that making sure that there's that balance there for the future is where I was heading with it. Yeah.
Okay, good. Let's make sure we pick that up when we look at risk.
Just based on the previous item is there a risk factor of not retaining the bespoke FAR? Does that come into the risk matrix?
So through your worship, I obviously was listening to that discussion also, so potentially yes. And again, let's have that discussion through Mr. Kimberg as to whether that is something at the time when we did this review, that wasn't part of the conversation, and it's been a few months have kind of come and gone. That's become one of the topics that's in front of us. So again, worthwhile revisiting that and whether it should be included in here.
Thank you.
Right, it's good. This dashboard has come to a really great place, and I really like that, being able to see that even just the high level bullet points around mitigations. I think that's really helpful. Good. Questions? And get the report be noted. Seconder. So my hand. Those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Against, carried. And then we have the minutes of the Risk and Assurance Committee held on 8th of August to be received, and you'll see in the report it actually just goes through the items that were voted and decisions made. So you can see that. So we just need to receive those minutes. Speak about. Those in favour, please say aye. Against. Item 8. Organisation report, page 165. Right.
Right, thank you, Bishop. I'll just I'll cover the first couple of pages in terms of my update, but in particular just really noting in that the big focus that we are having on, particularly in this first quarter, getting back to still the minister's language on a back to basics approach, but being sure that we are really focused on service delivery in all its forms and making sure that we are really aligned on program delivery. Looking forward, certainly, I described it inside the business a couple of weeks ago as the flywheel getting turning as we start to bring our other programs back up to speed again. And certainly people were describing feeling a bit of pressure, which is good. But certainly as that kind of flywheel gets moving, and again in next week's finance, infrastructure and performance meeting, you'll start to see again things like procurement plans for years, program delivery, as well as some of our dashboards and that coming through. But certainly a growing confidence and a growing certainty around what deliverability in our capital programs and implementation through the plan looks like. We've spent good time on roading recovery projects. The local water done well. We've got a workshop session this afternoon on that, but again aiming for the 7th of November, again, finance, infrastructure and performance. We're bringing a further paper back to you, seeking endorsement to move on to the business case, but overall making really good progress in that space. We've talked about RIC review, annual report. My last point about performance reporting is it needs to be an area of continued focus for us. Again, just giving certainty, assurance to not just you all as elected members, but community and eyes and ears and the things that they see on the ground, that they have certainty that they are getting value out of the rates investment that they are making in this community. So certainly a very big focus for me, a very big focus for our ELT and the rest of the organisation, including our contractors and other partners. So with that, Your Worship, again, just apologise for the comments on the side, but happy to take any questions through you.
Councillor Annand, page 206, it's got the theatre attendees.
What theatre though?
Questions?
Civic theatre.
You want those specific numbers?
Questions? Taylor.
I'm on the org report, not in the agenda. It's page 52 of the actual org report. But just under the levels of service, council enables the use, development of subdivision of land, the level of service for land use consenting of the customer satisfaction survey sent out. No customers have yet completed the survey. Is that a worry for a length of time, or is it just gone out?
So through Your Worship, I would assume some of them have just gone out. Excuse me, but also I did speak to that in the report. The strategy growth
committee about the smart growth review.
Yeah.
That specific question came up there as well, and the response at the time was that we're planning to phone call. And
it's the
actually,
same one.
yes, it's the same surveys that we haven't heard back from. So, and again, the consenting volume's down, so there's less of them to ask. Also, it's a little bit complex in that there's often agents working on behalf of customers. So just making sure we're picking up the phone essentially is the plan B, given that we haven't heard back, but we have for building, which you'll see the results in there as well.
Oh, thank you, Worship. I didn't realise it was the same.
That's
Questions? Massive report with so many things going on in the business across so many different aspects. Questions. Nice to see the new levels of service translate into measures.
Few more greens, you would start.
A few more greens. Any other questions? Can we, are we publishing this report directly on its own outside of a council agenda on the website?
So it sits on the website, independently, all the links from this.
Okay.
Councillor Taylor.
The again, sorry, I'm not on the agenda one. I'll open my notes are in the separate item. But just talking about the water supply compliance. Just wondered the flow meter issues at Takapo and startup issues at Johnson Street. Are they sort of one-offs or are they ongoing? Are they risks? Oh, I don't of the order
of your where you are.
It is paid 57.58.
Reminds me, I hadn't.
There's a
Through you, your worship, I don't have that detail at this stage, but I can get it back to councillors.
just highlighting it if it was a one-off or a more serious issue, perhaps.
I'd also be quite keen if in the wastewater compliance, I know that we've got that dashboard showing against the consents, but actually in our levels of service, but can we put a note that says that that's about the performance to consentals, and so the measure is no abatement notices, but we've got an environment called order which is allowing that.
We did note that earlier, so
That's okay.
let's just make sure.
One sort of question about a comment, just in congratulations to the people that pulled off the green list. I'm not reading, I was a bit nervous about it. Yeah, I was like, oh, very good, quick shape, but I think they managed, whoever did it, obviously managed it really, really well. So, you know, it's just those little things that just makes all the difference, I think, for people. So, yeah, well done.
Great, I'd heard feedback from. And I've got another question that I don't expect to be answered now, but would be good to know is on that water compliance stuff is who's, so there's some issues there that need to be resolved. Is that, do those things get raised and need to be sorted by Veolia, or do they come back to us to be managed and we drive for that to happen? Let's be interested in that line of responsibility, that how much we just let them get on with sorting it and how much we intervene. So I'll answer that later if you want.
Well, your worship, I can provide a bit of detail at this stage. So we're strengthening our asset team at the moment. So historically we haven't had that. So the asset team by Mr. Swinburne is looking very closely with Veolia. So all those issues are highlighted and reported via Mr. Swinburne and then visible to myself and the chief executive.
Okay, cool. That's a level of reporting here that we haven't seen to that level of detail before. That's good, but it's nice to know who's kind of accountable for driving it to be so great. Councillor Taylor's going to move that we Councillor Aitken's going to second. Will be in the minutes, Councillor?
It's been the minutes.
I was being cheeky. That we note the first quarter organisation report 1 July to 30 September 2024, Councillor Taylor and Aiken, anything further to add?
Just that it always surprises me the length and breadth of work that council does. And it's always not a pleasure to read the report, but it's a reminder of the scale of the business that Mr. Tate runs for us.
Those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against. Sorted session, so in front of my page. Page 232. So we have got two things in particular to cover in public excluded. The first one is about the procurement, so the contracting process around those RP 2 and 3 that we were just talking about on the land transport recovery, and also minutes from the Chief Executive Employment and Performance Committee that we need to consider in public excluded. What that means is that we're going to do that and then break for lunch, and then we're going to be back at 1 o'clock in public meeting where we have got public forum and then the consideration of the paper on the proposed Hawke's Bay. And so that will recommence at 1 o'clock. So once we move into public excluded, we'll deal with our public excluded items, then we will stop for lunch, and then we'll reconvene at 1 o'clock with the meeting. So as long as everyone's clear with that. So I need a mover and a second, please, that the public be excluded from the next parts of the proceedings. But those two things I just talked about and the resolution monitoring report. Can I have a mover and a second, please? Councillor Greer. Councillor Taylor. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against. Carried. Kia ora koutou, welcome back to our Central Hawke's Bay District Council meeting. We are reconvening our meeting at item 7.8. No, actually, no, what I'm we have a number of guests in the meeting today and in our council chambers, and we have allowed some time in our standing orders for a public forum. We have 4 people who have requested a 5-minute slot to address us before we consider this item. And so I'm going to move to that. I am in the interest of keeping everything moving and flowing. I am going to pay close attention to the timing to make sure that we can keep moving forward. And I am going to ask Greenville, I think you're going to be first, Greenville.
Yep.
Thank you. Come and join us at the table and to share with us.
First up, backing up from what I'm going to be saying.
Speak loudly because we really can't.
I will speak loudly.
Thank you. Please be quiet.
Okay, I'll start now. Look, it's clear to everybody in this room that the trust there is to give some sort of legitimacy and move the Rutenova Dam forward. To say anything else, in my opinion, would simply be a TUI ad. It's to give it the right optics, and it's a whitewash. What we're faced with here is a whitewash, a brown wash, and a green wash. What we've also been told that there isn't going to be expense on the ratepayers. Well, we're going to pay the highest cost, and that highest cost is going to be our river and also our conservation land, but the river in particular. Now, Mr. Peterson and our mayor are telling people they can be reassured that there's local government legislation and national legislation which will protect our waterways from intensive dairy and for increases in nitrates. It's simply not true. Neither of those legislations cover intensive dairy. That's a different piece of legislation which expires on the 31st of January 2025. So there's nothing to exclude that. But on top of that, Plan Change 6, which is the local government protections for water, gives us no protection. You will see, councillors would see if they looked in some of the papers I gave them. This is from the 2017 review. There's no headroom left in the river for more pollutants. The dissolved nitrates, 2017. And remember, there's a lag time of nitrates, roughly between 5 and 200 years of entering the river. So what we're looking at is stuff which has come in already. And those figures are mind-blowing. Above the Board of Inquiry, the dissolved organic nitrates are 130 to 420% over. No more room for nitrates. We're also, if you were to go into that review, you'll see that the Regional Council allows land use capability, which actually increases on many farms nitrate leaching between 30 and 50%. And it's not considered an effective means of controlling nitrates. Further in the paper given to the councillors, it also points out that the RWSS consents means that they don't need to comply with those rules. So we have no protection against nitrates. Now, right next door, just round the corner, we've got a tranche 2 hearing where some people want to extract an extra 15 million cubic metres of water. One of the reasons given by the Regional Council for opposing that is that it will lead to more nutrients going into the river, and there is no more space for nutrients. You know, and here we're talking about a dam of 100 million cubic metres. Crazy. It's off the charts. There's I'll just go on here too. You know, like the new government is ripping up all the legislation for toilet paper. It's not going to be there. They have the Fed Farmers has the government's ear along with ground smell, and basically they're asking for a reduction in nitrogen legislation and regulation and winter grazing. We will be facing more pollution. So we've got that happening. The way I see it right now, there's been a lot of misinformation, and I don't think you councillors really know a lot of this stuff, and it's not surprising. We've got Mike Peterson basically not telling the truth. I mean, 2017 is when the dam was stopped. He's saying 2018. It's a small one, but it's a bit of a pattern. He's saying the land which was protected by the Supreme Court is stewardship land. Another lie. It's not. It's Forest Park with special status because of what's in it. Compared to the Smedley land, you've got a gem. Smedley land's a bag of glass beads. That's the reality of it. So none of that is true at all. And plus, he is perpetuating the myth that national water standards will protect us from intensive dairy. Not true. It's actually a national standard on conservation, which gives us that protection to January. So the way I see this right now is the rich men, when they heard about New Zealand, sent their ships out. They took the seals, they took the whales, they took the forests, they took the gold, the land, the Kaimoana is going, and now the same rich man in the modern version want the river. What we've got now, we've got the ghost of McLean riding a dead horse into town with this council trying to breathe life into it. It's just not on. My family has known that river from my great-grandfather's day, and I'm 72, and that's nothing compared to Tangata Whenua. And I'm with what Johnny says. To my last breath, I'll fight to keep that river and that conservation land, and I think you're on the wrong track, and you need to back away and give full public consultation, or just back away, full stop, and have nothing to do with it. Thank you very much. That's all I've got.
Thank you, Greenville. Is Murray here? Yes. Murray.
Thank you, Alex. Tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa. First, let me introduce myself. Ko Murray Rossa tōko ingoa. I grew up on a livestock farm in the Manawatu, up the hill to the east of the local river, the mighty Rangatiki, our recreational area and sometimes food resource. Today, the Rangatiki is a shadow of its earlier self. Narrow and mean, with algae on the stones, scum on the water, and most of the trees now gone. Swimming in the river one day in the late 1950s, I first experienced industrial pollution of our environment. We kids were shocked to see, floating down our awa, strange mats of green plant-like matter, algae, first we'd ever seen it. This was my first taste of pollution from industrial farming. The algae grew from the disastrous over-application of superphosphate by aerial top dressing. Since that time, as we know, environmental destruction has increased exponentially. Others will talk today about the degradation of our local CHP rivers, and so I would like to turn to other matters in which I have specialist knowledge. Some here may know that for the last 30 years of my working life, I worked in the insurance profession, specialising in legal liability insurance, and retired a couple of years ago from my position as managing director of an underwriting agency. Much of my work was for non-profit entities such as trusts, many charitable trusts, for example, and other non-governmental organisations. From an insurer's perspective, assessing the process used by council in setting up the Hawke's Bay Water Trust and considering the consequences and risks involved in that, along with the ongoing relationship of council to the trust as proposed and its responsibilities, I would be unlikely to recommend to any insurer that they provide comprehensive legal liability protection for either the council or the trust. Why am I of this view? Some reason, not all. One, I understand there are certain rules and guidelines, including those set out by the Controller and Auditor General, covering the obligation council has to consult its community and the manner in which this should occur. It should be of concern to council that appears not to have followed these rules in setting up the trust. I understand that council and councillors individually have been advised that should the motions proceed today, formal complaints and concerns will be raised with the Office of the Controller and Auditor General. The trust is being set up with purpose to acquire certain consents and IP from the apparent sole settler of the trust, Water Holdings. I get this information from the draft trustee scoping document on June 24th, when, according to council, no consideration has been given as to how this purchase is to be funded. This sounds risky and more than a little irresponsible. 3, as the holder of consents gained by the Regional Council, surely the trust most certainly is, in fact, the primary liable party should those consents be breached. Prudently, the trust could require indemnity for such breaches from any party licensed to operate under these contracts, or under these consents rather. Nevertheless, such indemnities are only of value if, and it's a big if, the operator has the money to back them up. The true risk remains with the trust. It's also notable that the trust is being set up to comply for registration under the Charitable Trusts Act 1957. The primary reason for this course will be the personal risk management for trustees. Without such registration, a trust is not a separate legal entity from the trustee. So they are then personally liable for the operations of the trust. Whereas when the trust is registered for charitable purposes, the trust acquires legal status as an entity itself, and accordingly, the trustee's liability is significantly diminished. That's the only reason it's being set up as a charitable trust, I'm sure. And the agenda for this meeting today, the Central Plains Water Trust is cited as being similar to the proposed Hawke's Bay Water Trust. Councillors need to know that despite this trust being set up originally to be registered as a charitable trust, after 20 years of existence, it still has not achieved that status. This was confirmed only on Tuesday to me directly this week, on Tuesday, in discussion with the chair of that trust, Pat McEvany, who kindly also provided me with a copy of their trust deed. Looking further into the operations and activities of Central Plains Water Trust, Waters Limited rather, the company set up to execute the rights to consents held by the trust. And it's easy to find significant issues concerning breaches of trust, breaches of consents rather, reports of increased nitrogen levels in water as a result of their activities, and great community dissatisfaction with their operations. Noticeably, the operating company's biggest shareholder is an offshore corporate entity, no doubt exploiting, as Ren said a while ago, New Zealand resources and shipping profits offshore. We, of course, have similar examples in corporate farming enterprises operating locally. So I call for council to not be rushed into this vote by those seeking to personally profit from the consequences of setting up this trust. And I also call for council to take more time to consult with the local and wider Hawke's Bay community, as it's a Hawke's Bay project supposedly, and to councillors also themselves to become more conversant with the consequences of what they are now being asked to do. So finally, I'll just say one thing. E kore tātou e mohe o ki te wai tohu, nui o te wai, kia mimiti rawa ki puna. We never know the worth of water until the well runs dry.
Yeah. Your insights, Trevor. It's next. Kia ora, Trevor.
There, Alex. Kia ora. Just bear with me if you would, while I open up my laptop. Sure.
All right.
Yeah.
Tēnā koutou katoa. Wise Water Use Hawke's Bay agrees with this report that there is misinformation circulating about this trust, which I now seek to address. 1, this trust is about water resilience. It's not. Its core purpose is to hold the consents and IP for the Ruataniwha Dam with a view to advancing that project. Read the legal advice sought by Council's Chief Executive. The priority is on establishing a legal structure that will see the transfer of the IP and consents. And Council's lawyers have delivered. This trust deed is almost exclusively dedicated to the scheme, defined as the Ruataniwha Dam, with just a couple of passing references to unspecified water security initiatives. So, excuse me, we have a water crisis. We don't. We have an issue with over-allocation in the way in which our water is being squandered by a select few to irrigate stony soil on the Ruataniwha Plains, primarily for intensive dairying. It's not helpful or honest when council on their website selectively post figures from the Regional Council's Water Assessment Report predicting water shortfalls, when this same report also predicts that by 2040 we could have a water surplus of 16 million cubic metres with wise water use. 3, this trust has the community at its heart. It doesn't. The community wouldn't have even been aware about this trust if we hadn't alerted them to it, and consultation has been token. Oh, but the trust will ensure the dam consents are kept in the community. Really? They're already in the community. They're owned by 3 local generational farmers. Our mayor and 2 councillors will appoint just 1 of 4 trustees and then have no say on how that trustee acts. For an example of a true community trust, look no further than the Central Hawke's Bay Consumers Power Trust, where 7 trustees are elected by the community. This report doesn't answer any of the valid questions posed by councillors in this chambers just 2 weeks ago. That was the first time this information had come before councillors, and you're now being asked to endorse a trust deed specifically drafted to progress a 100 million cubic metre dam that is going to be hugely destructive to our environment, that will cost ratepayers, and that will divide our community. This process is too rushed, and there are too many questions left hanging. How's the trust to be funded? There are costs from the outset: strategy development, trustee remuneration, indemnification insurance. Then there's a proposed deed of transfer, which will presumably address reimbursement to the consent holders, which we calculated running up to $500,000, payment of annual science charges, 180,000 last year, reimbursement to council for monies outlaid in subsidising the consent holders to date of over $100,000. Nothing in here about these supposedly minor details. Council don't get to draft a trust deed, adopt it, and then say, nothing to see here, it's all up to the trustees. That's not how it works. To conclude, if this trust deed is endorsed today, this is not the end. It's just the beginning. Public interest Aotearoa-wide will grow. Council process will be challenged, and this single issue will define the term of this council for every single councillor sitting at this table. However, there is an opportunity for council to show leadership on this very real issue of water resilience. And I want to pose 2 possible outcomes from today's meeting. 1, if council are of a mind to endorse this trust deed, then this cannot occur at this meeting because there is a prior step required. And that is to take this proposal to full public consultation and to bring your community along with you. Convince them that this is a really good idea, because right now, not too many are convinced. Second, and this is the scenario which Wise Water Use are recommending, is that council adopt option 3 at the top of page 12 of this document, and that is to reject this trust and to direct officers to explore other options. As articulated so eloquently by Pouwharanaki Amiria Nepi Apatu in this chamber just 2 weeks ago, there are other ways and means apart from this catchment. And Wise Water Use, along with our whole community, would love to be involved in exploring those other options, and you don't need a trust to do that. Councillors, reject this trust. Thank you for your time, council.
Thank you, Trevor. That's what Johnny. Okay, good. Sorry, Johnny.
Alex, I tuake au I raro I te mana o toku kuia. Te ata Alan. Nā tonu I poipoi ai I a koe. I oti wawata nei mahi o te tai whenua nei. Nā reira tākua tiki a koe. Me pono ana koe ki wēnei o ngā kōrero. Mai te kuia nei. Wā tuatahi aia I me mai ia ki aia. A me mai ia ki au. Me whai atu rā te huarahi I takahina I au. Koe rā tāku I te rā nei. Kia takahi. Ona waiwai. Kia aki rā. I wā mātai nei hapu o tēnei o ngā takiwa. Ko whakataka ai I a koe I a mātou rā te taiwhenua tamate. Kia uru atu rā I te ropu tamate. Pōkai whenua. Ko ei rātou. No mātou rā. Mai te wā I whakaturi ai I te iwi bill. Mātou rā te tamate o taiwhenua. Ka marae katoa o tamate. Ara a miria, ara a piri. Wā mātou nei mema mo te pari nei. I hara nā pōkai whenua no mātou rā. Mai te tau kotai mano iwarau waru tekau mātoru. Nā reira, Alex, tākua tiki a koe. Me pono ana koe kia mātou rā o te tai whenua o tamate I raro I te maru o te kuia rā I poipoi ai I a koe. Nā reira piri, pai atu rā te kita atu nei I a koe. Ko una I roto I tēnei. Aha ko te raru I nāia nei. I don't know if my mukapono out there or not, but I've got 3 generations in this building. My son, my 2 mukapono, and my mukumoko. I'm here on their behalf. And the others that follow us, or they follow me anyway. This dam is going to kill life force in our area. And it's going to kill my mukapono in 40 years' time. Now, we've got a shortage of water now. And what you're going to do with damming up the Makaroro is you're going to spoil 22 acres of land that was stolen from us. Stolen. And put under 22 acres anyway that the government is running on our behalf. Once you dam up that area there, that's gone. The tāpere nui o whātunga, what's left of it is gone. I'm saying to you, councillors out there, those of you that are going to support about 9 different organisations, as opposed to everyone that's in this room, have a big think about what you're going to do if you're going to pass this bill or pass this trust. Because it's going to do nothing for us. Nothing. And you know what I just learned today from a news report? That Tamate Pōkai Whenua is offering 20 mil of our money that we fought for. Not yours, ours, for us to develop. And I'm going to make sure that that 20 mil don't go nowhere near this bloody dam. And like I said to you, Alex, what Auntie Arthur taught you, she gave that mana to me to fight for. And I'm saying to you, be pono ana ki ngā kōrero I tukunata ki a koe. If you don't, then kāre mātou rā e tautoko here I a koe. You won't. And I'll make sure of that, Alex. Because this is our mana on the line. Not only those farmers or those people there that are supporting it, but it's really ours. We're fighting next door as well. You know, this is our last bastion. Our land's gone, our sea's gone, and you want to take our water?
what my mokopuna expecting? Where the hell are you fellas coming from? Tell me. You give me one good reason why this dam should go ahead. One good reason. If you can't, me kai taku hamuti. Plain and simple. I'll let these two explain what that means. But Doug, we don't want any of this. This is mana whenua, not tamatia pōkai whenua who has received our interests on behalf of us, but don't act on behalf of us. They don't bring them into here and taka here, our mana, these two here. All right? They're ours. They're not pōkai whenua, ours. Tamatia tai whenua. Ngā marae hapu o tamatia. Me ki, rākau tātai, Ngāti Māro. Te rongo o tahu. Te roi waho. Ngai te kikiri o te rangi. Ngai tahu. Wai pukurau, roi waho. Te pairu, Ngāti Māro. Matu weka, te roi waho. Pachi apiti. Puke hau, rena ta pukututu. Rongo marairo, Ngāti Kere, Ngāti Piere, Ngāti Manuhiri. Koira mātou, e kia tira ki a koutou. The hapu karanga o tamatea, which I speak on behalf of, has said no more. If you want to fight, we're going to give you a bloody good fight. And I mean that from here. Before I leave this land here, I'll make sure that I leave here with my mokopuna knowing that I didn't sit on my ass and do nothing about this shit that's going on here. Kia ora.
Thank you. Thank you to all of you for sharing your thoughts and all of you that have contributed into the feedback to this process over the last couple of weeks. So councillors, our agenda item is 7.8 about the Water Trust, and Mr. Kate is going to introduce it and take us through what we do next.
Be up and down a wee bit, I'm sure. Well, kia ora koutou everybody. We've heard some very passionate and clear voices this afternoon, I should say. But certainly, look, this report builds on the report that I presented to Council's strategy, growth and wellbeing committee on the 17th of October, and provides further information that was both sought by the committee. And just really recognising as well that that's once again, as has been mentioned today, was the very first time I'd had my opportunity to present that advice to you to work through. I do also just want to be really clear about what the decision is that you are here to make today, and I'll go through that shortly. But yeah, I've heard the word misinformation, misrepresentations, in other words, being really clear about what your decision actually is. Your decision isn't about a dam as much as that might be a perception. The decision really today is about your involvement in the community trust and endorsing a community trust. So, look, appreciate your comments, but please let me do my job. So again, just really want to acknowledge that is your decision today that we need to work through. So with that, I'm going to step you through the paper sort of page by page. First of all, starting with the recommendations, and again, being really clear about what the decision is. The decision that I'm asking of you today is to endorse the community trust, the trust deed, the draft trust deed, to note your potential responsibilities, and the trust is only extending to the appointment onto the trust. And then on the basis that you note those 2 points, that you then approve the process to make an appointment for the inaugural trustee on behalf of community as per the trust deed. And then the final recommendation being that you appoint Mayor Alex Walker, which is required, plus 2 councillors to be on the selection committee and then make recommendations on. So again, being really clear that that is the decision today. The decision is not about to you're not approving a dam, you're not doing any of those things. It is about a community trust and an appointment to a community trust. There is a huge amount of work still to well ahead of any trust or any other organisation before that is worked through. I'm going to move on to page 5 of the attachment onto the additional information that was sought. Look, again, I've been really clear at the top of page 5 about what we're seeking today. Onto, again, the additional information that was sought. There was some questions asked around additional appointments to the trust. And again, I've set that out. Again, a normal trust of this nature. We've heard today about the Consumer Power Trust, but that is an option for the trust into the future. Let's be really clear that to start with, this is about getting the trust up and running and for the project and the wider initiatives that sit within the trust deed to be worked through. So look, really noting there that look, within the trust deed as it currently sits is the opportunity for the trustees to make additional appointments. There's also the opportunity into the future for the trust deed to be amended and additional trustees added or other rules relating to trustee membership. So with that, recommending no change at this stage to the makeup of the trustees. And again, you may want to give alternate advice to me, and again, you're most welcome to do that. My key point, not just on that change, but any other change, would just be noting that those changes also have to be considered by the other parties that make up the trust deed. Example water trusts. Again, I've done some homework. There was some commentary about is this relevant or consistent to the Waimea Dam? No, the Waimea Dam is a council controlled organisation, so very different set of legislation. Definitely triggers significance under the Local Government Act. And definitely triggers significance and engagement in terms of our policy. It actually requires a special consultative process for that. So being clear that the Waimea Dam is not similar. Some other examples that I was, again, trying to be able to sort of find was, again, Te Tai Tokoro Water Trust. So this is a project that was initially sponsored by the Northland Regional Council following their water challenges 3 or 4 years ago. Primarily, this has been funded through funding through the Provincial Growth Fund. But again, noting there's some similarities, but really not the same. So again, another example for council to consider. Probably look, again, you've heard today already speakers have spoken about the Central Plains Water Trust. It's the most similar but not identical. It certainly has different values. It has different approaches. Its basis started off in councils in terms of being a collaboration between Selwyn and Christchurch City Council. Probably the most sort of notable similarity as it has is really what are the two different structures. So the idea of having a trust that sits over the top. Again, very different in the approach to this trust, in the respect that my understanding is they can formed by a statement of intent from the two councils. Again, this is we aren't that. Where the similarities do sit though is a limited liability company that sits underneath it. So, look, 3 examples there. I'm not to say that they are the right examples or the wrong examples of how to do things. The question was, are there other examples? And my closing paragraph under the Central Plains Water Trust noting, again, we have heard it today, some net positive outcomes. There's been some significant challenges along the way. Contention and opposition against the project still remains. Next, moving on to one of the next questions, which was about why is council working with the Tamatea Pōkai Whenua Trust, and look, recognising that the trust does not take the place of ahika in terms of mana whenua on the ground. Being very clear of that. They are our post-settlement group entity that we legally work with. They are our legal treaty partner, and we work alongside both them and our Tamatea Pai Whenua members as well. Again, why have we sort of chosen them as the key party? Look, they are the 2 legal entities that between council and us, they are the 2 enduring parties and partners that will work through. And again, as I reiterated on the 17th, the logic that the trust deed contemplates that within a 3-year window, Water Holdings Hawke's Bay's initial trustee appointment drops off, and basically that is partnership between Tamatea Pōkai Whenua and council in that appointment process. So being clear on that one. Top of page 7, we talk about could council get its costs back, including through previously paid science charges, potentially. Again, being really clear that we don't have levers, we don't have decision-making rights in terms of the processes, in terms of the deed of transfer, but could certainly be a question that we could work through. In terms of funds being reallocated from what's currently my legal fund, again, so some further advice that I will bring back to you in terms of the rural ward funds. Middle of page 7 talks about external appointments. So the idea that you would make an external appointment onto your selection committee. Again, I've provided some advice in there, but really in the long and short of it, my advice would be if you were to find somebody, you would need to go through your same selection process, which would be the same group of elected members that would need to select that person. So up to you if you choose to do that. I don't know that it adds any process either way. You've got to make a decision. So not happy to, again, take feedback from you on that. Analysis of community feedback. There's a couple of pages on this. I'm not going to go through it all note by note, but not particularly being really clear, and I will touch on it again. This was not consultation. This was engagement in accordance with our significance and engagement policy. There has been references to the Auditor General being really clear that that advice is 26 years old now and predates the Local Government Act 2002. So just being really clear that the advice that I'm giving you and your significance and engagement policy didn't even exist at the time of 1998 when that guidance was issued. So again, this is your significance and engagement policy is your primary tool that you use to assess significance across any decision that you make. So just wanted to note that, and we'll come back to that again. But look, just being, again, there's some commentary on the bottom of page 7 about the feedback that was received. So 1,522 unique visitors came to the site. That was viewed 2,170 times. There's probably about 100 of those as I was checking things as well. 34% of the visits lasted a minute. Look, I won't go on, but again, you can get a sense of how that was made up. Look, again, just really noting that the feedback focused primarily on the dam, and I understand again the passion and concern that we've clearly heard and that's been shared across the platforms. Again, that isn't the process for you to work through today in terms of your decision making. That is for a future trust, that is for a future entity, and there are a number of significant steps that still need to be worked through outside of this organisation, this council, for dam and other water security initiatives to be noted. So look, really just going through pages 8, the top of page 8 again, you've heard some of the other concerns from speakers today. Look, noting that that is part of the due diligence process that needs to be worked through, not just for this council, but for the project team, whether that be fast track and recognising it as one of the short listed projects. That is not our decision today. I don't have that evidence. I don't have that advice for you. That is not your decision and not to be part of it. Just again, bottom of page 8 is key feedback on the trust, and just really noting that there through that were some real gems of gold, and again through that have noted some of that. Look, a lot of the particularly the exploration of alternate models, I think that's a really key part for the trust to do. That's not our primary role as council to be leading that. The aim of the trust is to, again, set up an opportunity for engagement through a strategy which involves community representation on it and will involve the need for wider consultation and engagement as part of that development. There's also a number of provisions that sit inside that in terms of transparency and visibility and reporting. So again, being really clear that that's where a lot of those opportunities for the future could be and should be landed. In my advice to you. Look, some other general matters. Look, funding. The costs come from being really clear. Like this isn't costs for you. They are costs for the trust to determine in the longer term. Look, if there were costs to come back to this council, being very clear, we've heard the word consultation. That would likely trigger consultation. If you were to make a one-off significant request, if I was to receive a letter next week and it was to say, Mr. Chief Executive, we would like $100,000, my report to you would say, Council, that will trigger likely significance and you will need to go out and consult. So being really clear on that. And if it was to go through a further process that was an annual plan process or a long-term plan process, they're set down in the legislation as special consultative procedures as well. So fully trigger significance in that. So just touching on page 9, look, consideration of the feedback, council's role in making an appointment. I won't kind of dwell on these too long, but look, they are what they are in terms of rushing process, council's role in overturning decisions, costs and liabilities. I've provided some commentary on that, and also just general commentary as well on general commentary on the trust structure. So I'm happy to take advice and guidance from you. In the time that you've had, you may also have other reflections on the trustee that you wish to give me advice on. Again, just noting that the 27th was the first time you'd had the formal opportunity, or that opportunity, I should say, to receive that. So I think I'll carry on and do the trustee appointment, and then I'll leave you to have your discussion. But look, in terms of the trustee appointment, page 10 and bottom of page 10, I should say, outlines the previous process that I presented to you on the 27th. Jumping on to 11 in terms of risk assessment and mitigation. Look, probably again, as I outlined in terms of my report to the committee, look, legal risk with things of this nature that are high profile are real. You've had 2 examples today of people talking about challenge to the Office of the Auditor General, and as well as challenging this on every front you can. That is the reality of something that is of high public interest. So look, we've certainly done, or I've certainly, in the advice that I have gathered, worked to ensure that wherever I can, those risks have been mitigated, but certainly the challenge of Provari's legal challenges still exists. Look, I'll just touch a little bit further on significance and engagement, and look, being really clear to the room, and again, this word consultation, the opportunity in Kōrero Mai, Let's Talk CHB, was an opportunity for engagement, to very clearly hear from those that were in the room last time, to share their thoughts and to share their views. Again, we've provided some background on some of that at a highest level, but being really clear that this doesn't trigger the requirements. The decision you are making today does not trigger the requirement of consultation. You may disagree, again, with my analysis of that. Bottom of page 11 sets out the options for you. I'm recommending option 1. Again, I'm happy to take advice from the table if there are other recommendations or other advice that you need to seek. So with that, Your Worship, happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Tate. There's a lot of ground to cover. To be really honest, this is in the way we operate this governance table, the transparency of our local government. This is our opportunity to discuss this. It's only the second opportunity we've had to discuss it and work it through. So I'm going to be pretty generous in terms of working through the pieces of the trust deed, working through what we're trying to achieve, and encourage councillors to participate in as free discussion as we can about each of the pieces, to make sure that we can understand where people's heads are at and how we might resolve things or how we may not. So encourage you to think like that. But first of all, are there any questions to Mr. Tate? But just as likely, I'm happy to take questions about any of the rest of the process and the deed that's on the table. Councillor Annand.
Yes, Mr. Tate. Who gave input into the design of the trustees?
So thank you through Your Worship. So primarily it was the groups that came together initially. So Tamatea Pokai Whenua, Water Holdings Hawke's Bay, and also the Tukituki Water Security groups. So a combination of the 3. My report previously to the committee did outline kind of some of the process that we went through, but being really clear, it was really those 3 parties that brought their own understanding of their own context, their own again, their own legal positions and other things to where it was endorsed.
Yeah, go again. Did the fast track decision require a community entity to be set up to do that? So like is with the trust deed creation and set up the trust in line with fast track? Is there a reason?
So through Your Worship, my understanding is no. So I don't have anything on correspondence that's certainly not been my direction of why it's been established. No.
So then,
and have Tamatea Pokai Whenua, have they actually endorsed the trust deed? So they've gone through this process.
Questions?
Obviously, there's going to be overhead and administration costs for the trust. Initially, they probably won't have funds. Who will be funding that initial setup?
So in through you, your worship, that will be for the initial trustees to work through. There's certainly not an expectation. I've been very clear. There's no funding that I'm putting forward for that organisationally, and I certainly don't have a request for that. And again, I've outlined just previously if there was a request, the process that we would go through. So, not this council at this time.
If there was a dam, say tomorrow we could click our fingers and there's lots of a dam set up and there was money made, where would the money go?
So again, you'll recall in your previous committee report where we talk about the trust and the limited liability company or the kind of commercial entity that sits between it. So there'll be a lease or a license or something that sits between the two. There'll be a return that comes back to the trust that will be for the trust to determine based on its charitable purposes. So it could be exploring other water security initiatives, it could be promoting water tanks, could be whatever else it is. So there's opportunity for the trust to be certainly a lot more enabling into the future. Again, I think there's going to be a large part of getting the trust established and then for the trust to also work out how wide its mandate is based on community conversations.
Questions?
So what are the primary roles of the trust? What?
Thank you. And again, so if you turn to page in the top of page 23, it's been really clear that's the charitable purpose. As much as it will concern people, it is about moving forward the IP and consents associated with the project. Like that's part of it. It's not all of it. It's part of it. But it's not. So.
Just subsequent to that, is there the opportunity? I mean, the dam is not the be all and end all of water security in Central Hawke's Bay. Is there the opportunity for us to expand, potentially look at other water security options?
So through you, your worship, like if you had recommendations or alterations to the trust purpose that you wanted me to get further advice on or to consider, could certainly take that away. In this conversation and the reports that we've had previously, storage is one of the tools that sits inside the water security toolkit. Not the only answer, let's be really clear on that. There's multiple tools that need to sit inside that. So.
Sorry.
I'll just say
Keep going. There'll be more.
I'm not familiar with Fast Track, and to be fair, I'm a bit guilty of not reading into it as much as I possibly could have in the last couple of weeks. So is there a possibility if we don't set up this community trust, well, but if the community trust is not set up and the consents aren't handed over to that, is there a possibility that the government through the Fast Track process could take those consents and do it themselves? Is there even something like build Rotanafa on its own? Is this a priority for the government?
So maybe I'll take the two parts.
Maybe can't answer the question about what the government.
No.
Fast Track, yeah.
That's good. So look, probably just on the first one. Being really clear about the fast track. So this is based on legislation that was experienced through the COVID period. So there was the COVID 2020 brackets fast track. What is different in this new piece of fast track legislation is that as councils, we actually get the opportunity to. So PSGEs as the legal entity, councils and directly affected stakeholders actually get the chance to be involved, which is quite different to what it was the first time in fast track. So there is quite a different mechanism there, but that's the basis for how that moves forward. But I can't speak for the government ultimately Water Holdings may choose to not engage. Like again, we could get the trust set up and running, may well be that the deed of transfer falls over and actually Water Holdings choose to engage with another party and they work with government on fast track legislation and the project's progress. In that respect, the trust would need to basically explore its whole basis and things.
Go again.
And saying that the consents weren't a thing. But to provide leadership in water security, like we did on the Tuki Task Force days, for Hawke's Bay, does it need a trust to do that? Like, can we just do that because that's the right thing to do, leadership wise, as far as, you know, us as leaders within the community? Do we need a trust to be able to do that?
If you chose to, like again, you as council, you choose to do anything as long as it's within your legal structures that you've got in terms of that's what you chose to do. That's an option. Look, certainly the advice in terms of putting it into a trust structure is it provides a really clear mechanism for community involvement, but also creates a really, again, depending on where you sit on the spectrum of things, you know, when you start bringing in external funding, people like to see things at arm's length to council. Charitable trust status, and things like Waipawa Pool as an example, unless you have exempt charitable status, you can't make a donation. You don't get treated in the same taxation ways as well. So there are some quite unique benefits to its charitable status in terms of progressing and particularly community investment into wider water security initiatives. So that's an option.
I wonder whether following on from that thinking is us understanding what other things are at our fingertips that we can and would still do in the water security space. So I think the purpose, how it's described, is in some ways you could say it's broad, in some ways it's narrow. It's not saying that we need a trust to act on all issues water security. I think there is a further conversation, which is what's the agency that we have that we can continue? Like if tranche 2 happened all over again, would we make a submission against like we did? You know, we're not going to wait for a trust necessarily to act in that space. So there is a conversation about where's the gambit of where we see that space for the trust potentially to operate compared to the role of council and other entities and the rest of it. You know, so we're still going to progress infrastructure around the reservoirs on the drinking water, around water metering, around tanks on new builds, all of those other things. So we've kind of got to go, well, if the trust is about something we don't have agency of, or the ability to deal with, which is where I think this is kind of slotting into the space of to provide the agency around bigger pieces of infrastructure or bigger things that are outside of what we've got direct control over as council. So there's a role alongside. Is it mutually exclusive or is it alongside? I think there's some conversation to have there about what that means and in which space does it sit. Councillor Aitken.
Just one point I've got is in recommendations on 4, 2 councillors to sit on the appointment panel. How are we going to do that? Do we want to do that now before we move and second this or not? Or do we do it during the moving and seconding?
Can I suggest that we go through the pieces around the trust deed first before we get to that ensuing process? But let's just kind of do the first.
That's all I want to know, how we're going to do it, because it's
about the trust deed. Yeah.
But I'm shooting in there.
Okay. Yeah, so we will get to that.
Yeah.
To deal with the substantive issue first. So Ben.
Just with the current government and Matua Jones's disregard for native flora and fauna and the Goodbye Freddie sort of, how do we build in Central Hawke's Bay? We do care for our flora and fauna and Te Mano Te Wai and those sorts of things. How can we build that into the trustees, or is that not us? We hand this over to the trust and it's what they prioritise. Like, how do we say that this is important to us? Because I mean, in black and white up on our board, we've have a priority for secure water, but we also have a priority for climate. And also, obviously, we want to protect our environment. So how can we have it all?
A direction around how is it possible to put some kind of values, principles lens into the trust deed, which is just about the transactions.
Because it says consider cultural, environmental, but it doesn't say, you know, it's not, to me, it doesn't have enough meat to it. Yeah.
Have you got inspiration that?
Yeah, so looking at the trust purpose on page 3.22 on page 22 of the agenda, we talk about the development of a strategy. And then you jump through to page 37 and points under point 11, which is an annually reviewed strategy and the development strategy. In my view, that's really where the opportunity for much wider community engagement and opportunity for conversation comes in, which was anticipated. It was some really key feedback about being clear in terms of the direction of the trust and being clear about what it wants to achieve and what its key principles are. And certainly I would envision, like I can't guarantee it because that's the role of the trust, but a good strategy that is well delivered will be fully encompassing of all of those things. Will be fully encompassing of all of its users. May will be that there are points that people don't agree on, but it's unfortunately life sometimes. But that's certainly my sense of direction, and certainly in the establishment of the trustee being clear about, well, how do we capture community voice? How is community direction taken, and how does it move forward the trust, recognising the development strategy is the driver for the vehicle.
And maybe the question for us to consider is the role, how we see our role in that values and principles basis compared to that we see of the trust, because we will always, as this entity, have a values and principles basis. But are we just, is that the place that direction comes from, or are we expecting the trust to develop that independently? Because how the trustee's written now is that they're going to develop that independently. It's not necessarily told them by us, and that's part of the independence comes in, I think, is that if we set all of our values and principles in it right from the get-go, well, then it's ours and it's not independent anymore. So it comes back to what we're trying to achieve.
It's probably also recognising that included in the room today, particularly for mana whenua and tamatia pokai whenua, like an opportunity where they've got to have a conversation about water as well, and why. And it's about, well, how do you bring those lenses and those worldviews together? That's going to be the challenge of a really good strategy, and not just a challenge for the strategy, but a challenge for the trust. So
that's Landon.
I'm just trying to make sure it's a question.
Just say it. Let's see if we can do it.
We can frame it into a question. Look, this whole subject has brought out my old notes from the Tuki Task Force days. And you know me, I'm a diagram person, and I post-it noted things and all that sort of stuff. And look, there were those amazing aspirations and all that sort of stuff. But even we, who had the backing of 2 councils, we imploded and didn't get anywhere with it. It didn't continue, even with the backing of 2 councils. The question is, how do we expect a trust with no financial backing to be able to do what that we know of, to be able to do that? I just, the worry for me is that we're setting this up to fail from the onset, because so that's my question. How do we expect this trust to be able to do those wider aspirations that, and it only touches on it in there, and I get that why it only touches on it, because it's very limited on what they can do without the funding. But even to deliver that within the funding, the volunteer time is a huge ask.
So through you, Bishop, look, I think there's a whole key number of steps for the trust. And again, even that kind of is assuming that the dam is the answer. And like we said before, the dam is one of the tools in the toolbox. That's there to, again, there is a portion of the trust that it's clear, and again, let's be clear, it is to advance the IP and consents for the dam, but it's not the only thing. One of the key things, but it's not the only thing. So again, there are multiple steps along the way. I think one of the really key parts of if we just focus on the Tuki Water Security Project or the dam or whatever it wants to be, there are multiple steps for that to go through in terms of early work on a business case, and some of that early work on the business case it's not viable, it's not economic. Probably haven't answered that one well enough, but
Excuse me, thank you. Okay. And so I had done a little bit of reflecting on the past too, councillor, and had looked back at some of the language that we'd used in previous work that we'd done to create a unified approach to enhancing the mode of the river by improving water quality and security through proactive land and water management and the Tuki management. That's the space that we've got to, and it's how do we do we have a role to hand some of that already, into this organisation? So there's some pre-work already being done. Is that helpful? Or is it actually the approach of do we need to put it essentially into the trustees? But I'm not sure exactly how we may do that. Moynihan?
Yes, I just have one quick question. Regarding the community feedback forum, regarding the community feedback forum, all the topics that were brought up, the feedback noted and concerns, is there a possibility that if this trust gets passed today, can that information be relayed to the trustees to look at? Is that possible?
Oh, yeah, so pass forward the feedback.
That's right, so they
structural process, yeah.
yes, so they know the understanding of what's happening out there.
Yeah. That's the one off.
Yeah, totally.
Other questions? Are there, we need to look at how we move forward. Are there any changes or suggestions or requests into the trust deed?
Been up for quite a while thinking about this on a way forward, because I knew we would come to this point. And so I feel like I've got foot in both camps. Where I've come to is I would like to see reworking of the trustee. I'm just putting this out there. That it is either one of two things. It's either the consent holder trust for the benefit of Hawke's Bay or community. So we state it for what it is. And then the option is we can put an appointment to that if that's what they would still like us to do, because I mean at the end of the day they don't need us. We don't have to. We've been invited into this. They don't have to invite us either. So so we either treat it as that, or the other side of the camp is that the leadership in water security it needs to be beefed up and made more within the trustees and made more of a priority around that wise water use and all of those cool things that we were talking about back in the Tuki Task Force days around future farming and land diversification, aquifer, all of that sort of stuff. I think there's definitely a space for that, but I worry that's gonna cost money, time, and effort, and it's gonna need leadership from this table. And I don't think that we're in a position where we can actually decide on that today, and we probably also need our other partners in the room to be able to discuss that. because it's a huge investment in of time to do all that sort of stuff. So I just, yeah, if I was, I personally don't feel ready to be able to adopt these motions on the table to move them forward. I would like us to be able to actually really address as the trust as a consent holder and a vehicle to be able to move the Ruataniwha forward if that's what is desired within the community and from those that are willing to roll up their sleeves and do that, or if it's the leadership space, then let's name it for what it is. But that trustee doesn't state either way for me, and that's it's murky. It's just my thoughts.
I just bring
Taylor,
bring the meeting's attention to clause 3.3. Despite the breadth and 23. Despite the breadth and flexibility of the Trust's charitable purposes as set out in clause 3.2, the Trust's role and activities shall not extend to undertaking or otherwise being directly involved in the development, delivery or operation of water resource infrastructure.
these are not the builders, not the commercialisers. It's related to what Councillor Annand raised, but it's maybe not exclusively that. Yeah, I think what you're talking about is right back to the overarching purpose at the beginning, which is how you've described it, trying to be two different things without clearly being both of those things. Yeah. In summarising. Other thoughts, questions?
Yeah, I think if we could strengthen the other water security, investigations, or I just think that there is more to water security than the dam, and I'm definitely not anti-dam, and I've read everything from the regional water security to about the Waimea Dam and the good things that it's now doing, even though it's cost ratepayers a hell of a lot of money. But I just think we need to strengthen the fact that this trust will not be just about building a dam. And I'd also, I get that maybe it's not the place to talk about the environmental side of things, but I'd like to see that somewhere as well. Right.
Other thoughts, Councillor Taylor?
What Councillor Byrne just said spurred me into thinking that if we did delay this decision, that alongside us taking any involvement in this, could be what our future water security plans are, how we would arm the community, how we would help the community to have its concerns heard, to allow Water Holdings of Hawke's Bay, Tamatea Pokai Whenua and council and community and everyone to have a more open discussion about it. It is a very emotive issue, and one that we can hear that quaver in my voice. It's had my stomach churning and my heart going, you're gonna have a heart attack in a minute, sweetie. So I think, breathe. So I think more time, just to build more alongside this. If it was to come to a decision, I am either we do it or we delay and we plan a bit better. To strengthen it, to hear the concerns that we've heard, I think without it, we have the danger that the community voice won't be heard in it. We'll have a corporate entity that may or may not be able to build a dam.
Really good feedback. So a really important point of clarification is that once you guys set this trust free, they can change the trust deed.
Yeah.
So you can set down whatever you want in there. Trust deed can change it. So just an important, you can work over these next 6 or 8, just that it's an important piece of advice, and just recognizing how enduring this thing is. It may well be that in 6 months' time, 12 months' time, 18 months' time, there's recognitions that the membership needs to change and it needs to be more inclusive of wise water use and needs to have a specific water user potentially on it and might strengthen the purpose. So there's probably again, just flagging that, you know, we could put a lot of effort into getting the purpose really beautifully, in our view, what we think the purpose is. And that purpose could change without basically your feedback or you needing to give feedback. So just saying.
I think what I was looking more at is what we would do alongside it, what we could be doing to to work alongside whatever this did.
Just wanted to kind of just clarify. If we think that what we're setting off is in perpetuity, it's not. So.
Sure. Just say it on to the Mr. Tate. So is it the same in 6 months' time, 18 months' time? They could push that appointment away from council as well, or was that set in stone? Just thinking about what you just said previously.
Yeah. Look, again, you could choose that what the council appointment that would be part of the trustee process as well. Again, there would need to be the trust at that stage would need to seek specific legal advice on up and form all of those things. So.
Your worship, the biggest problem is with extending the scope and expectations of the trust, is it's going to take significant financial investment, and we're not in the game of doing that at the moment. We haven't got the money to do it, so it's no use putting some expectations up from the trust and can't be fulfilled.
Yeah, and they're going to have, the trust's going to have to figure out what's possible within the scope of what they've got, which is, yeah. So, Leonard?
Where I think we take out the invitation to have somebody on the trust, great, but really, do we need to be involved as far as the trustee endorsing it, you know, all that sort of stuff? Because at the end of the day, as soon as it leaves this table here today, we've got no further involvement apart from our appointment. So I'd say let's call it what it is. If it is a vehicle to get rid, then I think, you know, let's be open and honest about that, and holds the consents, and we let those wonderful, you know, hats off to them. Like it's not easy. Oh, they've put money in their own pockets. I mean, it just amazes me that it's got to this point, which is, don't even get me started on selling of consents in the first place, but we won't go there. But we're here in the situation, and now we're trying to make the best of something that has so many people want to see happen, and then so many people don't want to see happen, and we're trying to be those middle people. Maybe we play our hand, which is to put equipment on to the trust, so that basically, if there is benefit to Central Hawke's Bay, that we've definitely got somebody there that can be reporting back to us and would be representing the community's interests. Thank you. Yeah.
Councillor Greer.
I'll just take your worship, just in response to Councillor Ann, and as quoted in CE's report here, that without council's involvement in making it an appointment to the trust, that approach is unlikely to ensure any future community involvement long term. And I think we need to think about that.
She said.
Right, Councillor Taylor.
So is a possible next step accepting the offer of having somebody on this an appointment to this trust, full stop, no endorse, no, just have we been offered a place on this trust?
Your worship, what sits in the trustee. Yeah, this kind of idea of approve, endorse, note responsibilities. Technically by noting the responsibilities, you're saying you understand your role in it, you're accepting that responsibility. Again, I would be happy to see if you wanted to, you could strike one off as a recommendation. Point two, again, the crux of the resolution is that you are accepting and you are noting your responsibilities in terms of making them. So that's like from a legal perspective, that's the decision you need to be really clear. You need to be really clear about that you are making an appointment, and there's the ongoing piece. You can choose not to endorse it. That's okay. But you've been noting that the responsibilities are again an appointment to the trustee, and the trustee's roles are to deliver on the purpose of the trustee. So, call it one or the other. I would be comfortable if you chose to strike one out.
Right, we need to take this to a place we've gone forward. We've been pretty free with the discussion, the ideas, the questions, the toing and froing. So there are, let's worry about the process of what next if the first three resolutions are dealt with. So maybe considering 1 and 2 first, with 3 and 4 to come. That'd be all right, Councillor Aitken. I know you would want to talk about the process of appointment, but I think there is are we in conversation first?
Do the first two
before we get to that. So the first part, there's 2 parts to the recommendation in here, are to endorse the trust deed and to note the responsibilities in the trust only extend to the appointment of a trustee. So unless someone's got something to add that's different to that, I will go to moving and seconding and debate. No, so do I have a mover and a seconder for those 2 recommendations? So Margaret. So Moynihan. So Margaret, would you like to open?
Yes. Well, clearly all we're doing is endorsing the trust. And their only responsibility from then on is to appoint a trustee. No financial commitment to it. It's up to the trustees, the 4 trustees, how that trust operates from then on. And as I say, there's no liability back to council. They might decide that it's a good place to negotiate with Water Holdings Hawke's Bay over the IP. That's entirely in their hands. And it's out of our hands. So I think we just, as I said last time, we owe it to the community to keep these IPs alive. It's a form of water security. And as I say, whether the trust goes down that track or not, well, it's in their hands. So I'm happy to continue.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. After reading through all the report and information provided and requested, for me personally, I have a clear understanding of what this involves and how this trust deed will explore all water security initiatives in Central Hawke's Bay. When reading through the Analyst of Community Feedback platform, there appears to be some views that the decision today will lead to a community liabilities and risks such as rates increases. I would like to point out on the page 9 of the report that the cost and liabilities based on the proposed trust deed do not fall to council, and should this council choose to fund a future trust, this requirement will need to go through either a long-term plan or an annual plan process. This would need to include community consultation. I'd just like to say, we must note that water is, I know, is an essential resource that sustains life, supports economic activities, and preserves our environment. The trust could potentially, if set up in a satisfactory way for most, would empower our local community with better control and oversight of water resources, promote sustainable management, protect the environment, and secure economic scalability. If done right, the community water trust could address specific issues such as water scarcity during the drought, equitability distribution, and also effective conservation practice tailored to the unique needs of CHB region, and potentially be the showcase for the whole of Hawke's Bay region. I'd just like to do the final note, which is CHB relies heavily, and we know that, on agriculture and other water industries, making water security a critical economic issue. A community water trust could provide a reliable, well-managed framework for water access, which in turn could also see more new startup businesses coming to CHB. In additional to creating local jobs, these new businesses could diversify the local economy and enhance its resilience to economic shifts. We must note that in 2020, 61% of wage and salary earners who reside in CHB work for employers located outside this district. Must look at ways to stop this trend and return them back home to be employed locally.
Another speaker. It's like him.
So around this table, we often speak about what keeps us awake at night. And I've had a few sleepless nights over this, and even sitting at the table today, I've really struggled with which direction I'm going in. Like I said, I think I've read every regional water security report. I've read Let's Talk CHB several times, and I'm probably some of those numbers that you said. Yeah, and I've read every single tile produced by Wise Water, some of which I agreed with, and others, yeah, when we talk about misinformation, yeah, I don't agree with either. But yeah, as a council, we are committed to water security, and it is up on the board. And we are also committed to wise water use. And I'm certainly not anti-dam, and definitely not anti-water security. But for me, the trust deed is lacking something. And from what Mr. Tate said, even if we were to embed it today, it could get changed tomorrow. And that concerns me. So I'm still undecided. But I'm going to have to leave it up to the vote, I think.
Speakers?
I spoke at our last meeting about protection, and I'm still talking about protection. And I'm looking at page 22, 3.2.3 and 3.2.4. Custodianship of assets and the use of the assets. Well, when we're looking at this trust, it's not even set in stone. Well, really, they're talking about custodian of an asset that isn't theirs. It belongs to all of us, but realistically, it comes down to the mana o te wai and the mana o te whenua. So, looking at this trust deed, and the words that are in it, I don't want to look as though we're setting ourselves up to have the debate of what the debate is of today over Te Tiriti o Waitangi and the Treaty of Waitangi. Because there's similar words in here that, you know, we have settlers or trustee. There is a organisation of tamatia pōkai whenua that is on there, which is a PSG that was set up to enable papu, not only tamatia but also hiratonga, to be able to claim back their patia, well claim back part of their land with financial security coming in. I'm sitting in a very peculiar place because I'm sitting here at council representing our mana whenua, and yet we have our PSG that's wanting to become a part of this, and there's been no consultation either on that side of things. Whereas it's already been our Tamatea Pōkai whenua have already said, yes, we are going to put forward 2 trustee members for that. Where I think come our AGM on the 16th is where those names will come forward, or the process will actually start. Again, no consultation, but just coming straight to a meeting, having information there. I wouldn't like to see us set us up for failure. Water is an important life force. That's why we call it a mauri, because it has a life force in it. And it's something that's none of us have control over. And it's all about our climate that we're in. We as consumers of how much we consume, how much we allocate out. So yeah, I just wanted to say, let's keep protection at the forefront of where we're heading to. We need water storage, yes, and I agree with that. But I still do agree. And I will still, as I was quoted today, we need to look at other options. And a water storage of this significance and the impact that it has on our community, and that's the community at large, where the situation of it is of that water storage scheme. I'm not going to say dam because it's a water storage scheme, okay? Where it's situated, it actually blocks quite a few waterways that lead in to all of our streams and rivers that we have here. There must be another way. We've got all the technology these days that we didn't have like yesterday, or the days when my parents were growing up in the 30s and 40s. We've got more technology today. So yeah, I don't know. I'm so glad I'm not a councillor that I don't have to vote, sorry. But yeah, that's all I can say is that please let's look at the protection of all of us. Yeah, kia ora.
Councillor Witchman.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just listen to all the quarter, all that's been said. Yes, I have some concerns around the trust, and I think first thing comes to my head is around the policies and procedures, and hopefully they have the right capabilities and capacity within that group to be able to pull something like this off. I really want to see it succeed. I think it's important that it succeeds for storage, dam, whatever you might want to put it down to. But I'm going to go back to what the kaupapa is, and the kaupapa is around, do I agree on the need of the trust? And today I do, so I'm going to endorse it. That endorsement is about us acknowledging someone up. Yeah, I agree with that as well. And then listening to community today around and through the report that we read was around council taking their hands out of this. This is one way of us being able to work. Council not putting this back onto ratepayers. If we think worst thing comes and there's some kind of payment there, so they have a note, sorry, that's not on council. And I think that's really important because a lot of our community said they do not want rates to increase even higher. And if that's taken out of our hands, we pass it on to this trust, I think it's a good thing for our community. And I think so I'm going to endorse the recommender and the seconder on this first.
Taylor?
I just got quite poetic in my head when you were talking in Councillor Richmond. To dam or not to dam, that is not a question. It's not about a dam. It's about having a public on a trust that may or may not have another corporate entity that may or may not decide to build a dam. So it'll be interesting.
And
I'm going to go back to my original thoughts and ask for a different direction. So I can't vote yes for the current motion. I would like to have seen us give more time to this, to take it away and to choose, is it a trust that holds consent to progress through a tanafa, and then our representation works from there? Or is this about leadership and water security, and actually is a trust even the right way to do that? I think that conversation still needs to be had, but the conversation that we're having right now is around the trust deed. So sadly, as much as I believe in water storage, I'm not an anti-dammer, so please, Radio New Zealand, don't ring me and try and make me to be that, because it's not that. But I really believe that we needed to endorse something. We needed to be able to see ourselves reflected in that as a table, and I don't know that I see us reflected in this trust deed at this moment in time. And that may be because I've been involved in it for a very long time. So you know, it's you carry a lot more. So that's just where I am at the moment.
thank you, councillor. Anyone else? So I can.
Just really like to draw attention to the fact for this trimenium we've been right at the beginning working with Water Holdings Hawke's Bay with one of our 7 top priorities. And I just think it's moving on from there. But we've had that on our agenda now for nearly 2 years. Part of that process. And it's sitting up on the board up there behind me.
So, anything else? I thought this is a really interesting and important conversation, and I think it's been challenging, not necessarily because of what's in front of us, but I think because of how it has provoked a conversation which is not necessarily directly about the task that we've got in front of us. And I don't want to diminish the feelings that people have got about the wider ramifications around water security, land use, pollution, and the other things that come along. But actually, it's made it really difficult to have constructive conversations about actually how we approach this. And I want to thank everyone who gave us feedback and insight that has been about this trust structure, specifically. And people like Murray, who shared his expertise today. People like Tom, who shared some of his thoughts and expertise on that via email yesterday, really particularly about the trust structure. And the thing for me is that none of this is ever going to be perfect. And we just continue to take one little step at a time. And that's all we've done for the last 8 years, is take one little step at a time. I think how hard it was for us to get to a place where we've got a bylaw in Central Hawke's Bay District that says if you build a new house, you've got to put a blimmin' water tank on it. Yeah. How long it took us to get to that space, but we took one little step at a time to solve that. That's simple compared to what we're talking about here. And it's meant that this has been a really good conversation at the table today. I want to recognise that there's some uncertainty in that thinking. And that is challenging because this is never going to be perfect. I do come back to the nub of this about if there's going to be a decision about direction forward on this big style of infrastructure like the intellectual property on the water storage has, that if there is an offer for us to be part of putting a community representative into that space, I feel that that is the right way for us to show that we are looking to the future and we see that community outcomes and community voice is important in that process. Because I can see that this whole thing could move forward without us. And us, I mean us with the whole community perspective. And actually, we've got an opportunity here to be really clear that there is at least 3 appointments that are directly connected to people on the ground. 1 via who we can appoint, and 2 via who Tamatea Pōkau Whenua can appoint to represent the interests of Mangakuna. And that says to me, we've gone from a space of being just purely about a private holding of something to a space where we've got community voices directly there, the right to be part of that process. That is not a perfect process. And we have seen other processes in the region happen with regional council, with their investment company, with now a private holding. None of these things have been perfect. This trust won't be perfect either, quite frankly. And this is a really big and challenging project. But if there is a choice between water security tools being progressed purely on commercial outcomes or being progressed with a community voice or multiple community voices attached to it, I would far rather choose the option that says that we directly have community voices that are into that decision. That's really clear to me. And I think part of what we're going to have to do as a council going forward from this is thinking really carefully about what it is that the other things that we are doing round and alongside, which is not about trying to be in the space of a trust and the work that they're trying to do, but actually what is at our fingertips that we can do and the other things that we could and should be doing here. I think about the work we're doing on our own drinking water infrastructure, for instance. We've embedded values of water security in everything we do in our infrastructure. Our wastewater strategy, at the heart of it, is not actually about the treatment of the wastewater directly. It's actually about recognising that that water, although it's been through the sewer system, is actually of value to our environment and to our community and the future value of that. And so that's how we've directed our travel on our own infrastructure. So this has been embedded in everything we've done. So I want to acknowledge this is not perfect. But nothing was ever going to be perfect. But the choice between this moving forward without community voice mandated and endorsed to be in there or with it, I'm definitely siding with it. Thank you for the really, really great conversation at the table today. Thank you, councillors. That was really valuable. Anyone else? I'm going to loop back to Councillor Muggeridge, who has the right of reply. So I will put the resolutions number 1 and number 2, so endorsing the Hawke's Bay Community Water Trust deed, and number 2, noting its responsibilities in the trust only extend to the appointment of a trustee. Moved and seconded. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against? Great. Would you like that noted? Thank you. Right, so the next part of the process is about how we would attempt the appointment of an inaugural trustee on behalf of community. So the first resolution is approving the process which is outlined in the paper and in our policy currently, and about who would be part of the selection panel to make that process happen. So Councillor Aitken, had you had some thoughts on this?
I was just wondering whether moving the second would like to sit on it.
I'm sorry.
We're asking who to sit on it.
Yes, so we need to look at that number 4.
Yeah, I was wondering whether the mover and seconder would like to sit on it.
Oh, sorry, I see what you're saying. Councillor Muggeridge and Councillor Moynihan.
Yeah.
How else would we like to approach this? I think there is, in my sense, I think there is the way that we are represented at the table that's got a rural and an urban flavour. I think that would be helpful to think about like that.
You've got a nice businessman in the urban.
Nice. Is there anyone else that's interested?
Is anyone else interested in being part of the? It's a pretty challenging role.
So we're looking at Councillor Muggeridge.
If they accept the challenge.
You don't have to. You're happy with that, Councillor Moynihan? While you're screwing up your eyes at me.
Well, it's just the time involved with my situation.
Yeah.
And I do like to give 100%.
Cool.
Do we have an indication would it take a while? We'd have a first meeting.
It'll take a bit of work to through. To be honest, we could come back to this around who are the councillors. We don't necessarily need to do this today, but we could endorse the process as one that we're going to undertake, but we could come back to the who part of the how. Would that be easier? No?
Yeah, done today, I think.
Who else? Who else then? Councillor Moynihan is expressing that he's might not be able to.
I could nominate Councillor Aiken if you want. Councillor Aiken and Councillor Martin.
Is there someone else from the urban ward that would be willing to take it on?
I see Cole.
I'm prepared to represent the urban ward.
Yeah.
Maybe, yes, okay, I'll put my name in. If going forth, my circumstances change, would it be appropriate to have a third backup? Or someone, or will we have to go through the process again?
Strike that when we came to it.
Meaning as in nominate 3 councillors, like an alternate. Yeah, okay. Anyone willing to be an alternate for Councillor Moynihan? Councillor Aiken. Anything further on that? No, okay, so what we've got is appoints the Mayor, Councillor Muggeridge and Councillor Moynihan with Councillor Aiken as an alternate. Selection panel to make recommendations on an appointment. And that recommendation will come back to council. We're wording in that resolution.
I was just going to say, yeah.
It should actually say to make recommendations to council on an appointment.
It's in the policy, but not in the
It's not in the
recommendation.
recommendation, yeah.
Okay, no, that's good. I think we're all clear. All right, I need a mover and a seconder, please. Councillor Flynn? And Councillor Greer. Anyone like to speak? All those in favour, please vote aye. Against, agreed. Thank you. Right. Big item. Yep.
Just wondering now that we will have an appointment to trust, is there still a opportunity to give feedback that the trustees will be open to feedback or and change to the trustee? Like, can that change from here on? I hope we did have the opportunity to maybe put forth some of our.
For you like, yes, I think like the strategy part's going to be the really key piece, and like when that actually comes to strategy is, and it'll be a large part of actually what forms changes the trust, including even trustee making.
I was just wondering also about the thing that council, one of the things we struggle with is getting our appointed people that are trustee back and feedback they can any thought being given to how they might come in.
So sectionally the trustee perspective. Any reports and public reporting as well, so public transparent. So it's the last back to community.
Councillor Taylor.
Put in the charities because it's charitable trusts that have to go put in with their financial statements with their charity segment.
Okay. That's good. I certainly think that we can, there's a lot of information that sits within council on this topic that can be used. Good, thank you. Right, we are at the end of the meeting. We're not going to make a resolution for the next council meeting date. We are going to go to closure of the meeting. I want to first of all recognise our new Pouwhiri who picked the wrong day. Our warm welcome again, and look forward to working with you over the coming months. And thank you everyone for their hard work in getting through today and their contribution to that. I'm going to close the meeting at 2:46. The next meeting here will be Finance, Infrastructure and Performance Committee meeting and Transport Committee meetings, which are next Thursday. Thank you all. Thank you all for coming. Thank you.